good evening. Or, well, I don't actually know what time it is where you are, and I'm not sure why I keep pretending I do. Maybe it's morning. Maybe you're eating something. Maybe you've been awake too long and the ceiling has stopped being interesting. Wherever you are, you're here. That's the whole thing, really. You found your way here, and now we go somewhere together. Tonight, we're going back, way back, past things that have names, past things that have dates anyone agrees on, into the part of the past that's less like a corridor and more like a field you stumble into, wide, overgrown, full of shapes your eyes can't quite organize. We're going into the story of Rome, the Roman Empire. 2,000 years of something humans built and broke and rebuilt and eventually had to let go of. A story that starts beside a river that was just a river before anyone had decided it meant anything. I want to be honest with you up front. I've been sitting with this story for a long time. There are parts of it I love with an embarrassing intensity. There are parts I rush through because, look, a narrator has feelings, and some of these feelings are simply more interesting than others. You'll notice, it's fine. Before we go anywhere, I want you to actually stop for a second. Not as a formality, actually stop. Your shoulders are probably up near your ears. Your jaw is probably doing something it doesn't need to do. Put the weight down somewhere. The floor, the bed, the chair arm. Let your hands go loose. There's no urgency on this end. The Romans have been dead for a very long time, and they are famously patient. Let's begin where everything that matters begins, before the name exists. There's a hillside. There's a river below it, moving slow and brown in the flat light. No columns, no marble, no one marching in formation through the dust. Just the Tiber, wide and unhurried, pushing through the lowlands of central Italy the way water pushes when no one has told it yet that it's supposed to be historic. Reed birds, fog in the valleys each morning, wild figs, wolves in the dark between the trees. This is where Rome is born, not with a trumpet, with a story. Stories are how a people survives the gap between what happened and what they needed to happen. The Romans told this one so many times, believed it so thoroughly, that it became something harder than myth. It became identity, which is a different kind of true. It starts with a woman named Rhea Silvia. She was a priestess, Vestal Virgin, bound by sacred law to remain chaste, to tend the hearth flame of a goddess in a city called Alba Longa in the Alban Hills, under the rule of her uncle, a king named Amulius. And here I should say something about Amulius, because he deserves more than a line. He was a man who had taken the throne from his own brother, Rhea Silvia's father, and who spent whatever came after that not enjoying the theft, but fearing its consequences. You know the type. The man who gets what he wants and immediately begins losing sleep over losing it. He forced his niece into the priesthood because a priestess can't have children, and children of the rightful line were the one thing that could threaten what he'd built on stolen ground. Fear. It's almost always fear. The Romans would learn this lesson and then forget it, and then relearn it about 400 more times. Anyway, Mars came to Rhea Silvia. That's what the story says. Not loudly, no chariot descending, no lightning, nothing you could point to afterward. He came quietly, the way divine things come in old stories, which is to say, he came in the way that leaves a woman with something to explain and no one who will believe the explanation. She bore twin sons. Romulus heard of it. He gave the order. The servant who received that order did what servants in these stories sometimes do. He softened the execution into an abandonment. The boys were placed in a wooden basket, set on the Tiber, left to the current and whatever follows. From that, the river was high, snowmelt from the mountains. The current should have taken them out and down, into somewhere unnamed and gone. Instead, and this is the part I find genuinely hard to describe, not because it's supernatural, but because even the mundane version of it is strange. The basket drifted into a slow bend near the Palatine Hill, where the water spread thin over a wide flat and came to rest in the mud near the roots of a fig tree. The boys were crying. A wolf found them. She-wolf, lean, with the kind of eyes that old stories always describe as catching light in ways that eyes shouldn't. She did not kill them. She curled around them and let them feed. I don't know why this detail catches me every time. I've read it probably 30 times in various forms. It shouldn't land the way it does, but it does, so I kept it. Let me collect the thread. A shepherd named Faustulus found them, alive, inexplicably, tended by a creature that should have ended them in the first 30 seconds. He brought them home. His wife fed them, raised them, and the boys grew. Their names were Romulus and Remus. They grew fast and strong and dangerously unbothered by things that should have stopped them. That quality, the willingness to keep going past the point where a reasonable person would reconsider, is either heroism or catastrophe, depending on what you're building and whether it lasts. The truth of their birth found them eventually. These things always do, in stories and sometimes in life. They restored their grandfather's throne in Alba Longa. They punished Romulus. They did what they came to do, but the city they'd freed was too small for what they carried inside them, and I'm not even sure they knew what that was yet, only that it wasn't finished. That something was pulling them back toward the hills, toward the river, toward the place where a wolf had once decided they were worth keeping. They went back. They stood on the hillside above the Tiber. They decided to... No, they didn't decide exactly. It wasn't a decision like choosing a road. It was more like giving a name to something that had already started. They were going to build something. Here, on these hills, beside this river. They disagreed on which hill. This is the part the story rushes past, because it ends badly, and the ending is embarrassing, and maybe also because the Romans, later, didn't quite know what to do with the fact that their city began with a murder between brothers. Romulus killed Remus. The accounts vary. An argument, a war, a joke that went wrong in the permanent direction. One version says Remus laughed at the walls Romulus was building, jumped over them to prove they were low, and Romulus killed him for it. Another says the whole thing was political, inevitable, structural. Brothers who both need to be first in the same place cannot both be first. What every version agrees on, Romulus was left standing alone on the hill. He drew a furrow in the earth, a line, sacred boundary. The pomerium, they'd call it. The city's edge, a line you did not cross without permission. Inside that line, he was building something. He needed people to build it with. Rome's first citizens were, well, they were not what you'd call a curated population. Romulus opened a sanctuary on the Capitoline Hill and sent word out to the margins of the world. Come here, whoever you are, whatever you've done, Escaped slaves came. Fugitives came. Men who had reasons to leave wherever they'd been and nowhere else particular to go. Rome's foundation myth is, in this sense, not a myth of purity or divine selection. It's a myth of the dispossessed, the unwanted. There were women missing from this picture. Romulus knew it. His neighbors knew it too, and they weren't inclined to share. So, and I want to be careful here, because the modern edge of this keeps trying to surface, and I keep pushing it back down, because that's not the story we're inside right now. We're inside the Roman story, not ours. Romulus staged a festival, invited neighboring tribes, the Sabines most prominently, and when the celebration was at its height, his men seized the Sabine women, carried them off. This is what the histories call the rape of the Sabine women, using the older meaning of the Latin word abduction, seizure. I'm not going to smooth that over. The Romans didn't, mostly. They told it plainly, incorporated it into their founding, built statues of it, made it into art for 2,000 years. What it meant to them versus what it means to us, that's a gap, a real one. I'll leave it there. The Sabine men came back with weapons. War broke out, brief, bitter, resolved in the strange way that early Roman stories often resolve. The women placed themselves between the armies. They had built lives. They had children on both sides of the line now. They refused to let the men turn their abduction into another generation of widows. The Sabines and Romans merged, became one people. Romulus ruled jointly with the Sabine king, Titus Tatius. The city on the hills absorbed its first contradiction and kept going. This is the pattern. This is always the pattern. Rome swallows the thing that should have broken it. Romulus ruled. The dates don't agree, and I'm not going to pretend they do. Somewhere in the range of 700 years before the Common Era, which already feels like a sentence that should come with a warning label. He built institutions with the rough pragmatism of a man who knows he's making it up as he goes. The Senate, a council of elders, the patres, the fathers, 100 of them at first, advising the king. The Roman legions, in their earliest crude shape, citizen soldiers, not professionals, men who fought because the city needed them to, and then went home to their farms. The divisions between classes that would haunt Rome for centuries. The patricians and the plebeians, the haves and the everyone else, already drawing their lines in the first generation. He disappeared. That's the official story. One day, Romulus was there, reviewing his troops in the Campus Martius, the field of Mars, and then there was a storm, sudden, violent, and when the air cleared, Romulus was gone. His soldiers said a cloud had taken him up. A senator named Proculus Julius later claimed Romulus had appeared to him afterward, radiant, larger than life, explaining that he had been taken to join the gods and that Rome would be the greatest city the world had ever seen if his citizens kept faith with the work. The Romans believed it, or they said they believed it, or they believed that believing it was necessary, which is a third thing entirely, and possibly the most Roman thing in this entire story. He became a god. They called him Quirinus. 6 kings followed Romulus before Rome stopped being a kingdom. I want to spend more time on them than I'm about to, because one of them, Numa Pompilius, the second king, deeply strange, deeply interesting, supposedly a student of Pythagoras, though the chronology makes that almost impossible. basically invented Roman religion, built the calendar, established the priesthoods. He ruled for 43 years and fought no wars. 43 years of peace, which in the ancient world was so unusual, it made people suspicious. Where I'm going to say too little, Numa deserved his own evening. Maybe we'll come back. The kings were Romulus, Numa, Tullus Hostilius, Ancus Marcius, Tarquinius Priscus, Servius Tullius, and Tarquinius Superbus. Superbus, that last word is Latin. It means arrogant. They named him for what he was. He was the king who ended the kingdom. Tarquinius Superbus, Tarquin the Proud, ruled by fear and ruled well by fear for a time, the way that method does work, right up until it doesn't. His son, Sextus Tarquinius, raped a noblewoman named Lucretia. She summoned her husband and her father. She told them what had happened. She made them swear vengeance. Then she killed herself. And I'm going to stop there for a second, because that detail always hits differently than I expect it to. Not the act itself, but the sequence, the sworn men, the deliberate completion of the testimony before the ending of it. The Romans remembered it that way, told it that way, made it mean something enormous. Her kinsman Lucius Junius Brutus, yes, an ancestor of that Brutus, took her body into the streets, showed it to Rome. The city rose. Tarquinius Superbus fled. He tried to come back twice with armies from neighboring peoples. Rome held. The year was 509 BCE, more or less, and Rome was done with kings. Done with them so thoroughly that the word itself, rex, king, became something you could not call yourself in Rome without risking your life for centuries. Even when emperors effectively were kings, they found other words: princeps, first citizen, Augustus, anything but rex. This is the Republic beginning. This is where the real machinery starts to build. The Romans replaced the king with 2 consuls, elected annually, each with the power to veto the other. 1 year of power, no more. The deliberate, almost anxious over-engineering of a system designed by people who had just escaped something and were terrified of its return. Every institution of the early Republic reads this way, as a set of interlocking breaks, fear made into procedure, the memory of Tarquin encoded into constitutional structure. They were building a city. They were building a government. They were, without quite knowing it, building an idea that a people could rule itself, that power could be distributed and checked and renewed, that the thing you built didn't have to depend on the virtue of a single man. That idea was fragile. It would survive for nearly 5 centuries before it finally broke. But 5 centuries is a very long time for an idea to hold. This is Rome, still small, still a city-state on some hills in central Italy, the Tiber behind it. The Latin plains stretching south, other peoples pressing in from all sides, Etruscans to the north, Samnites in the mountains east, Greek colonies down the coast. The world has no idea yet what this place is going to become. The hills don't know it either. Only the wolf might have guessed. But she's long gone now, and the boys she fed are gods, or stories, or both, which in the end may be the same thing. The river runs, the reed birds call, the fog fills the valleys each morning like breath. Something is beginning. It should have been clean. 2 brothers, a hillside, a sky wide enough for any ambition. It should have been the kind of beginning that gets carved into stone and taught to children without footnotes. It wasn't. Romulus and Remus couldn't agree on the hill, couldn't agree on who would lead. So they did what people do when pride has backed them into a corner with no exits. They consulted birds, omens, the logic being that if the universe speaks, neither man has to back down, because neither man is the one who decided. Romulus saw 12 birds from his hill. Remus said he'd seen 6 first, and that first was the thing that mattered. And I want to sit with that for a second. The argument about which number meant more, because this is genuinely strange if you look at it straight. 6 versus 12. Earlier versus larger. These are the terms they chose to die on, or rather, the terms one of them chose and the other died on. The argument wasn't about birds. It was about everything underneath the birds, whose name the city would carry, whose vision of the thing would survive, who gets to be remembered as the one who started it. That's the argument. Birds were just the language available. We don't know exactly what happened next. The sources disagree. And this is the first time I'll say that tonight. But it will not be the last. What the accounts agree on, Remus ended up dead. Whether Romulus killed him himself in a rage that had probably been building since the womb, or whether a follower did it in the chaos of a brawl that got away from everyone, depends on which version you find in which manuscript copied by which monk, who may or may not have been paying attention that afternoon. The result is fixed. One brother left standing on the hill. Romulus drew a line in the earth, called it sacred, declared that anyone who crossed it without permission would die for the crossing. And then, either immediately or soon after, some accounts say it was Remus who crossed first, mockingly, to show what he thought of the line. The rule was enforced. If it was Remus, then the founding of Rome is also the founding of its first law and its first execution, and they are the same event. The city was born the way a lot of things are born, in consequence, in irreversibility, in the realization that what has been done cannot be undone, and so becomes instead a principle. April 21st, 753 BCE. That's the date the Romans settled on, much later, when they needed a date. The city was a cluster of wooden huts and fences on a muddy hill. A few hundred people, maybe. Rome, the name taken from the man. Because when there's no one left to argue, you name the thing after yourself. Romulus ruled it, and ruling it early on meant something pretty literal and pretty brutal. It meant keeping the bodies fed and the perimeter defended and the project alive long enough to become something harder to kill. He needed people. He opened the city to anyone who came. Escaped slaves, fugitives, men who had burned their options elsewhere and needed a place that didn't ask about the burning. This gets remembered as generosity sometimes. It was pragmatism. Rome was a ledger, and the debit column said, not enough men. Romulus filled it with whoever showed up. The result was a city built from the beginning on people who had reasons to be loyal to it because they had nowhere else. People who would fight for it with the particular ferocity of those who understand that they are fighting for the only thing they have. I need to pause here. The next part is the part I've been turning over for days, trying to find the angle that's honest without being anachronistic. And I'm not sure I've found it, so I'll just go straight. The city needed women. The early settlers were overwhelmingly men. So Romulus arranged a festival, invited the neighboring Sabines. When the celebrations were underway and the guests were relaxed, the Romans took the Sabine women by force. That's the rape of the Sabines. Rape in its older Latin sense of seizure, abduction. And the Romans told this story about themselves for centuries, built statues of it, painted it, made it into one of the foundation images of their civilization. There's something sitting in that fact that I keep reaching for, and then I keep reaching for and deciding I should stay inside the story's own terms, because the story's own terms are already complicated enough, and the distance between what it meant to them and what it is a gap I can mark without crossing. So, marked. The Sabine men came back with armies. War. Brief, ugly war. And then the Sabine women ran between the armies. The accounts describe it with a specificity that feels like memory. Women with children in their arms, or children not yet born, standing in the space between two sets of drawn weapons, and declaring that they would not be the cause of this, that they refused to be rescued backward into more blood. They had built lives in Rome. The word built is doing real work there. However the lives had started, these women had made something inside them, and they were choosing the something over the rescue. Peace. The Sabines and the Romans merged. The city absorbed its contradiction and kept going. So there, Romulus ruled for years. His end is strange in the way that the ends of mythologized people are often strange, deliberately strange. Strangeness as a signal that something symbolic is happening. A public gathering, a storm rising out of nowhere, the clouds clearing, and the king simply gone. Some said he was taken up bodily into the sky and made divine. They call the new god Quirinus. Others, and this version always feels more plausible to me, for whatever that's worth, whispered that his senators had killed him and disposed of the evidence the way only a group of men who write the official record can. The truth is gone. What remained was the city. Anyway, after Romulus, 6 more kings. I'm going to be honest about how I feel about this section of the story, which is unevenly. Some of these kings I find myself wanting to linger over, and some I feel obligated to report on the way you report weather. Here it is. It happened. It didn't last. The 6 kings were Numa, Pompilius, Tullus Hostilius, Ancus Marcius, Tarquinius Priscus, Servius Tullius, and Tarquinius Superbus. Tarquinius Superbus. Arrogant. They named him for what he was, which is a thing the Romans occasionally did, and which I find it funny. I don't know what else to say. They knew what they had, and they named it correctly. Numa is the one I want to stay with. The one I can't help staying with, even though this section is supposed to move. Numa Pompilius. The second king, and in almost every way the opposite of the first. Where Romulus governed through violence and will, Numa governed through ritual and deliberate quiet. He was said to be unusually calm, devout. He sought counsel from a divine spirit in private. He fought, by the accounts, essentially no wars in 43 years of rule. 43 years, which in the ancient world was so anomalous that later writers were suspicious of it, assumed there must be something they were missing, some undocumented campaign. There wasn't. He just didn't fight. What he did instead was build the architecture of sacred time, organized the priestly colleges, established the calendar, a real calendar, the kind that tells a community when to plant and when to rest, and when the gods expect to be paid attention to. He built the Regia, the royal house, and the temple of Janus, whose doors were open in wartime and closed in peace. During his entire reign, the doors were closed. 43 years. One closed door. He probably didn't meet Pythagoras. I know the Romans said he did, that he was a student of the philosopher, but the chronology doesn't work. Pythagoras comes later. The dates don't line up, and the Romans had a habit of connecting their heroes to Greek wisdom as a way of claiming legitimacy for what they'd already decided to do, which is fine. It's a very human habit. But Numa didn't need the credential. What he built was real without it. The priestly colleges, the calendar, the Vestal virgins, the structures of ritual that would survive Rome's kings and its republic and most of its emperors and echo in forms you'd still recognize, into things being done in churches right now, in cities built on land that Numa never heard of. That's Numa. I could keep going. I won't. Tullus Hostilius was warlike, undid most of what Numa built spiritually, conquered Alba Longa and destroyed it. Ancus Martius was more moderate, founded Ostia at the river's mouth. The Tarquins were Etruscan kings, or kings with Etruscan blood, and their arrival speaks to something important about what Rome actually was in this period. A city in conversation with, and competition with, and sometimes under the thumb of, a more sophisticated Etruscan civilization to the north. Tarquinius Priscus built things. The Circus Maximus, in its early form. Drainage systems, the Cloaca Maxima, the great sewer that still runs under Rome, that still works. That you can still take a tour of if that's something you want to do with an afternoon in the modern city, which feels like a sentence that shouldn't exist, but does. Servius Tullius reorganized the citizen classes, restructured the military along wealth lines, built the Servian Wall. The reforms attributed to him shaped the republic that came after him for centuries. And then Tarquinius Superbus, the last king, arrogant as advertised. He ruled by terror, by the murder of rivals, by the suspension of the Senate's function. He was effective briefly, the way that method is effective before it collapses under its own weight. He conquered, he built. The great temple of Jupiter on the Capitoline Hill, the one that would become the most sacred site in Rome. That's Superbus. He didn't finish what he started. His son Sextus Tarquinius raped a noblewoman named Lucretia. And here I want to be careful again, because this story has the same quality as the Sabine story. It lives simultaneously in myth and in consequence, in the ancient telling and in what it activated. And I think the only honest thing is to just say it plainly. Sextus attacked Lucretia. She survived it. She called her husband and her father to her, made them look at her, made them listen, made them swear. Made them swear first, and then she died. That sequence, the testimony before the ending, the oath extracted, the deliberate completion of the act of witness before the act of exit. That sequence is why this story survived. That's what the Romans preserved, the structured ferocity of it. Her kinsman Lucius Junius Brutus, ancestor of the other Brutus, the more famous one, the one with the knife, the one who understood that sometimes you have to kill someone you love to prove a principle, took her body into the street, showed it to Rome. Rome rose. Tarquinius Superbus fled. He came back twice with armies borrowed from neighboring peoples, with alliances made by men who didn't understand what had happened or assumed it would blow over. Rome held both times. The last king of Rome lost his last battle in 509 BCE. The word rex, king, became from that moment something close to a curse in Rome, something you couldn't say about yourself, couldn't let anyone say about you, without risking everything. Centuries later, when Julius Caesar was accumulating every power a king might have, except the name alone was the third rail. Mark Antony offered him the crown at the Lupercalia festival, and Caesar refused it, publicly, carefully, because he knew what the word cost. The emperors who came after him found different words: princeps, Augustus, imperator, anything. Rex was the one thing you didn't say. That's the weight of 509 BCE, still pressing on things 400 years later. And more, what Rome built in place of the kings was a machine of distributed anxiety. 2 consuls, elected every year, each able to veto the other. 1 year, no extensions. The offices multiplied: praetors, quaestors, censors, aediles, each with defined powers, defined terms, defined limits. Checks layered on checks, like a structure built by someone who has been burned by a structure that didn't have enough checks, which is exactly what it was. The Senate, the assemblies, the tribunes of the plebs, who would come later, who would be the result of a different kind of crisis, the conflict of the orders, the long, grinding fight between patricians who held the power and plebeians who held the numbers, which was its own revolution, played out over 2 centuries inside the walls of the same city, without burning it down, mostly. This is the Republic. It is a machine. It is a machine with the memory of Tarquin built into every gear. It is not elegant. It is, in fact, frequently a disaster. Slow, factious, vulnerable to deadlock, susceptible to men who understand how to work its joints. But it runs. For 5 centuries, it runs. Rome is still small. The Latin plain, the hills, a few thousand people, then tens of thousands, then a number that starts requiring walls further and further from the original hill. The world around it, Etruscans, Samnites, Greek colonists, Gauls coming down from the north, is pressing, watching, sometimes winning. In 390 BCE, the Gauls will sack the city, burn most of it. The Romans will rebuild and never quite forget. And something about the rebuilding will be harder and fiercer than the first building. Something in them keeps starting over. The river runs. The fog comes every morning. The hills hold whatever has been placed on them. The city is beginning, still beginning. It will keep beginning for a while yet. Tullus Hostilius, 3rd king. Everything Numa was not. Hungry, loud with war, contemptuous of the long quiet his predecessor had somehow maintained for 4 decades. Under Tullus, Rome destroyed Alba Longa, the city that had given birth to Romulus and Remus, the place the whole story started. The parent city, Rome consumed it. The nobles were brought back in chains, then released into the Roman aristocracy, absorbed, folded in, made Roman. The city swallowed its own origin and kept going. I keep coming back to that. I'm not sure I can explain why it unsettles me more than the battles do. Ancus Marcius came forth, built bridges, extended Rome toward the sea, fought when he had to, built when he could. Under him, the city started to feel like a city. Infrastructure, harbor, walls with the intention of permanence behind them. He's the one I rush past and then feel guilty about. He deserved more than this paragraph. He gets this paragraph. Then the Etruscans. The last 3 kings, tradition insists, came from Etruscan stock, which means Rome's most formative royal century was shaped by people who were already old when Rome was young. The Etruscans had been building cities, trading across the Mediterranean, engineering drainage systems and temple complexes, reading the entrails of birds with a precision that amounted to a science, long before the Palatine Hill meant anything to anyone. Their influence on Rome is one of those historical facts that keeps expanding the more you look at it. Architecture, religious ritual, the symbols of power, the fasces, the toga, the curule chair, the very way a Roman king was supposed to look and move and be seen. Rome did not invent this. Rome absorbed it from people who were better at it, and then, eventually, outlasted them. Tarquinius Priscus, 5th king, brought Etruscan grandeur to the city's public spaces. He started the Circus Maximus. Not the finished thing, not yet, but the first version of the racetrack that would eventually hold more people than most modern cities contain at a football stadium. He built the first sewers, organized the drainage, pulled Rome out of the mud, literally, and gave it the skeleton of something that might last. Under him, the city stopped being timber and thatch and started being stone. Servius Tullius came 6th, and I want to slow down here, because Servius Tullius is strange and interesting, and the strangeness keeps getting smoothed over in summaries that move too fast. He was said to have been born of a slave woman. There are accounts which the Romans themselves acknowledged were odd, were maybe mythologized, of a flame appearing above his head while he slept as a child, which the queen saw and interpreted as a sign. He rose, he became king. He organized the Roman people by wealth rather than birth for purposes of the census and military enrollment, which sounds administrative and is actually a seismic idea that what you own matters more than who your grandfather was, that citizenship could be tiered by something other than blood. He built walls around the full perimeter of the city. He organized the military into centuries. His reign was long and productive and ended the way too many reigns in this story end. His son-in-law had him killed. That son-in-law was Lucius Tarquinius Superbus, Tarquin the Proud. The Romans named him for what he was, and what he was the thing that ended the whole experiment of kingship. I need to pause here, because what comes next is Lucretia, and Lucretia is the kind of story that keeps changing shape depending on which direction you approach it from. And I want to get it right, or at least I want to be honest about the places where I might not. Tarquin the Proud ruled by force. He abolished rights when they inconvenienced him. He ignored the Senate, or used it as furniture, as backdrop, as something to be seen sitting near rather than actually consulted. He built the great temple of Jupiter Capitolinus, the one that would sit on the Capitoline Hill and define the Roman skyline for centuries. That was his project, and it was genuinely magnificent. And the Romans couldn't quite bring themselves to tear it down even after they'd torn down everything else he represented. Grandeur and tyranny running on the same budget. There's something there I can't entirely pass. His son Sextus Tarquinius raped Lucretia. She was a noblewoman, married to a Roman officer named Collatinus, daughter of a man named Spurius Lucretius. Sextus came to her in the night, armed, and after he was gone, she sent for her father and her husband. She told them what had been done. She made them swear. Then she killed herself. And the sequence matters. The sequence is the whole point, because the Romans told it in that order deliberately. The oath first, then the act, because she was making a political statement with her death, using her body as, and here something in me almost surfaces. Some reflex of the century I actually live in, and I push it back down because that reflex doesn't belong inside this story. We are inside Rome's understanding of this moment, and Rome understood it as an act of force, a wound that could not be minimized or explained away or quietly managed by powerful men who preferred quiet. Lucius Junius Brutus took her body into the streets. He was a kinsman. He was also, the Romans later claimed, a man who had been playing the fool for years. The name Brutus meant something like the dull one, and the story went that he'd adopted the persona deliberately to survive under a tyrant who killed anyone who seemed threatening. Smart men pretend to be stupid under certain kinds of power. Whether that's true of Brutus, or a story Rome told later to make the revolution feel inevitable, I genuinely don't know. Anyway, he held her body up. He spoke. The leading families came. The king was expelled, his family driven out, and the Romans, with the specific bone-deep fury of people who had been humiliated by the thing they most depended on, declared that they would never again have a king. The word itself, Rex, became a slur, a charge, something you could not let anyone call you in Rome without consequences for centuries, even when the men who ran Rome were kings in every meaningful sense. Even then, they found other words, princeps, first citizen. They said anything else. The Republic began. It was constructed by angry people who had just survived something. And it shows. Every joint in the thing is a break. Every mechanism is a memory of Tarquin. 2 consuls, elected annually, each able to stop the other. 1 year of power, and then you are a private citizen again, subject to the laws you spent 12 months making. The Romans were not building an ideal. They were building a cage for the thing they feared, and the cage was shaped exactly like the fear. But the Republic was also, and this is the part that gets lost when you only look at the institutions, the Republic was also a story about who counted. The patricians counted, the old families, the ones who said they descended from the founding fathers, who held the Senate seats and the priesthoods, and the knowledge of which omens meant what, and which laws applied to whom. They owned the land. They interpreted everything. They had names that opened rooms. The plebeians were citizens, farmers, merchants, craftsmen, soldiers. The people who built the roads and filled the legions and made the city function at the level of daily physical reality. Their citizenship was thin, real but thin, like a door that technically opens but is heavy enough that most people stop pushing before it moves. The assemblies they could vote in had less power than the ones they couldn't enter. The laws they were bound by weren't written down, which meant the patricians who held the laws in memory were under no obligation to explain them to anyone who hadn't been born already knowing. This is the part where I want to be careful, because it's easy to flatten into simple oppression, and it was messier than that. There were wealthy plebeians who chafed, who had money and wanted the offices that money should, in their view, have earned them. There were patricians who saw the argument. There were moments when an outside threat forced everyone into the same boat, and the class tensions went briefly quiet, while Samnites pressed from the east or Gauls came down from the north. The tensions came back. They always came back. 494 BCE. The first secession of the plebs. The plebeians left. They walked out of the city, gathered on a hill outside the walls, and sat down and said, "We're done. Work for yourselves. Fight your own wars. Defend your republic with your bloodlines and your ancestral rights, and see how far that gets you." The patricians blinked. Of course they did. You cannot run a city on names alone. The people who actually run a city are the people who actually run it. And when those people stop, the city stops. And no amount of ancient lineage changes that arithmetic. The patricians blinked. And then they negotiated. And something new came out of the negotiation. Something that hadn't existed before. Something the city had to build on the fly, out of crisis, to survive. The tribunes of the plebs, officers elected by the plebeians to represent them, with a power unlike anything else in the Roman system, the power of the veto, the intercessio, the ability to physically place themselves between a patrician magistrate and a plebeian citizen and say, "No, this does not happen today." Their persons were sacrosanct, sacred. You could not touch a tribune. To lay hands on one was a religious crime. The plebeians had turned themselves into a protected class through the sheer leverage of collective withdrawal, and the result was an office with a strange, almost irrational kind of power. Not the power to make things happen, but the power to make things stop. This is what the conflict of the orders looked like for 2 centuries. Not revolution. The walls stayed up. The city kept running. Somewhere between the 2 extremes of complete patrician control and complete plebeian uprising, there was this long grinding middle, concession by concession, crisis by crisis, the plebeians gaining ground in increments so small that no single moment looks like a turning point. But the cumulative drift is unmistakable. The laws got written down. The 12 tables, around 450 BCE, the first codification of Roman law, chiseled into bronze and displayed in the forum so that the knowledge could no longer be hoarded. Offices opened, slowly, one by one, to men who had the money and the ambition, but the wrong grandfathers. It took a long time. Rome is still, through all of this, a city-state with ambitions it hasn't fully articulated yet. The Latin plain around it, the hills, other peoples pressing in, Etruscans fading to the north, Samnites holding the mountain passes to the east, Greek colonists down the coast at Naples and Cumae, with their own ideas about civilization. In 390 BCE, the Gauls came down from the north and sacked the city, burned most of it. The Romans who could flee, fled. The Romans who stayed were mostly the old senators who refused to run, who sat in their ivory chairs in the forum in their ceremonial robes, waiting, and the Gauls, the story goes, walked among them uncertain at first whether the still figures were men or statues, until one Gaul reached out and touched a senator's beard, and the senator struck him with a staff, and the whole thing collapsed into slaughter. I don't know if that happened. I'm not sure anyone does. But Rome kept the story. They rebuilt faster than the burning, which is a strange sentence, but accurate. The city that came back from the Gauls was larger and messier and less planned than what had been there before, because people built on top of rubble quickly, without coordinates, without patience, and the street grid that emerged was the street grid of people who were done waiting. Something in the rebuilding was harder than the first building, fiercer. The Romans who put the city back together knew now what it felt like to lose it. Anyway, after Romulus, 6 more kings. I'm going to be honest about how I feel about this section of the story, which is unevenly. Some of these kings I find myself wanting to linger over, and some I feel obligated to report on the way you report weather. Here it is. It happened. It didn't last. The 6 kings were Numa, Pompilius, Tullus Hostilius, Ancus Marcius, Tarquinius Priscus, Servius Tullius, and Tarquinius Superbus. Tarquinius Superbus. Arrogant. They named him for what he was, which is a thing the Romans occasionally did, and which I find it funny. I don't know what else to say. They knew what they had, and they named it correctly. Numa is the one I want to stay with. The one I can't help staying with, even though this section is supposed to move. Numa Pompilius. The second king, and in almost every way the opposite of the first. Where Romulus governed through violence and will, Numa governed through ritual and deliberate quiet. He was said to be unusually calm, devout. He sought counsel from a divine spirit in private. He fought, by the accounts, essentially no wars in 43 years of rule. 43 years, which in the ancient world was so anomalous that later writers were suspicious of it, assumed there must be something they were missing, some undocumented campaign. There wasn't. He just didn't fight. What he did instead was build the architecture of sacred time, organized the priestly colleges, established the calendar, a real calendar, the kind that tells a community when to plant and when to rest, and when the gods expect to be paid attention to. He built the Regia, the royal house, and the temple of Janus, whose doors were open in wartime and closed in peace. During his entire reign, the doors were closed. 43 years. One closed door. He probably didn't meet Pythagoras. I know the Romans said he did, that he was a student of the philosopher, but the chronology doesn't work. Pythagoras comes later. The dates don't line up, and the Romans had a habit of connecting their heroes to Greek wisdom as a way of claiming legitimacy for what they'd already decided to do, which is fine. It's a very human habit. But Numa didn't need the credential. What he built was real without it. The priestly colleges, the calendar, the Vestal virgins, the structures of ritual that would survive Rome's kings and its republic and most of its emperors and echo in forms you'd still recognize, into things being done in churches right now, in cities built on land that Numa never heard of. That's Numa. I could keep going. I won't. Tullus Hostilius was warlike, undid most of what Numa built spiritually, conquered Alba Longa and destroyed it. Ancus Marcius was more moderate, founded Ostia at the river's mouth. The Tarquins were Etruscan kings, or kings with Etruscan blood, and their arrival speaks to something important about what Rome actually was in this period. A city in conversation with, and competition with, and sometimes under the thumb of, a more sophisticated Etruscan civilization to the north. Tarquinius Priscus built things, the Circus Maximus, in its early form. Drainage systems, the Cloaca Maxima, the great sewer that still runs under Rome, that still works, that you can still take a tour of if that's something you want to do with an afternoon in the modern city, which feels like a sentence that shouldn't exist, but does. Servius Tullius reorganized the citizen classes, restructured the military along wealth lines, built the Servian Wall. The reforms attributed to him shaped the republic that came after him for centuries. And then Tarquinius Superbus, the last king, arrogant as advertised. He ruled by terror, by the murder of rivals, by the suspension of the Senate's function. He was effective, briefly, the way that method is effective before it collapses under its own weight. He conquered, he built. The great temple of Jupiter on the Capitoline Hill, the one that would become the most sacred site in Rome. That's Superbus. He didn't finish what he started. His son Sextus Tarquinius raped a noblewoman named Lucretia. And here I want to be careful again, because this story has the same quality as the Sabine story. It lives simultaneously in myth and in consequence, in the ancient telling and in what it activated. And I think the only honest thing is to just say it plainly. Sextus attacked Lucretia. She survived it. She called her husband and her father to her, made them look at her, made them listen, made them swear first, and then she died. That sequence, the testimony before the ending, the oath extracted, the deliberate completion of the act of witness before the act of exit, that sequence is why this story survived. That's what the Romans preserved, the structured ferocity of it. Her kinsman Lucius Junius Brutus, ancestor of the other Brutus, the more famous one, the one with the knife, the one who understood that sometimes you have to kill someone you love to prove a principle, took her body into the street, showed it to Rome. Rome rose. Tarquinius Superbus fled. He came back twice with armies borrowed from neighboring peoples, with alliances made by men who didn't understand what had happened or assumed it would blow over. Rome held both times. The last king of Rome lost his last battle in 509 BCE. The word rex, king, became from that moment something close to a curse in Rome, something you couldn't say about yourself, couldn't let anyone say about you, without risking everything. Centuries later, when Julius Caesar was accumulating every power a king might have, except the name alone was the third rail. Mark Antony offered him the crown at the Lupercalia festival, and Caesar refused it publicly, carefully, because he knew what the word cost. The emperors who came after him found different words: princeps, Augustus, imperator, anything. Rex was the one thing you didn't say. That's the weight of 509 BCE, still pressing on things 400 years later. And more, what Rome built in place of the kings was a machine of distributed anxiety. 2 consuls, elected every year, each able to veto the other. 1 year, no extensions. The offices multiplied: praetors, quaestors, censors, aediles, each with defined powers, defined terms, defined limits. Checks layered on checks, like a structure built by someone who has been burned by a structure that didn't have enough checks, which is exactly what it was. The Senate, the assemblies, the tribunes of the plebs, who would come later, who would be the result of a different kind of crisis, the conflict of the orders, the long, grinding fight between patricians who held the power and plebeians who held the numbers, which was its own revolution, played out over 2 centuries inside the walls of the same city, without burning it down, mostly. This is the Republic. It is a machine. It is a machine with the memory of Tarquin built into every gear. It is not elegant. It is, in fact, frequently a disaster. Slow, factious, vulnerable to deadlock, susceptible to men who understand how to work its joints. But it runs. For 5 centuries, it runs. Rome is still small. The Latin plain, the hills, a few thousand people, then tens of thousands, then a number that starts requiring walls further and further from the original hill. The world around it, Etruscans, Samnites, Greek colonists, Gauls coming down from the north, is pressing, watching, sometimes winning. In 390 BCE, the Gauls will sack the city, burn most of it. The Romans will rebuild and never quite forget. And something about the rebuilding will be harder and fiercer than the first building. Something in them keeps starting over. The river runs. The fog comes every morning. The hills hold whatever has been placed on them. The city is beginning, still beginning. It will keep beginning for a while yet. Tullus Hostilius, third king. Everything Numa was not. Hungry, loud with war, contemptuous of the long quiet his predecessor had somehow maintained for 4 decades. Under Tullus, Rome destroyed Alba Longa, the city that had given birth to Romulus and Remus, the place the whole story started. The parent city, Rome consumed it. The nobles were brought back in chains, then released into the Roman aristocracy, absorbed, folded in, made Roman. The city swallowed its own origin and kept going. I keep coming back to that. I'm not sure I can explain why it unsettles me more than the battles do. Ancus Marcius came forth, built bridges, extended Rome toward the sea, fought when he had to, built when he could. Under him, the city started to feel like a city. Infrastructure, harbor, walls with the intention of permanence behind them. He's the one I rush past and then feel guilty about. He deserved more than this paragraph. He gets this paragraph. Then the Etruscans. The last 3 kings, tradition insists, came from Etruscan stock, which means Rome's most formative royal century was shaped by people who were already old when Rome was young. The Etruscans had been building cities, trading across the Mediterranean, engineering drainage systems and temple complexes, reading the entrails of birds with a precision that amounted to a science, long before the Palatine Hill meant anything to anyone. Their influence on Rome is one of those historical facts that keeps expanding the more you look at it. Architecture, religious ritual, the symbols of power, the fasces, the toga, the curule chair, the very way a Roman king was supposed to look and move and be seen. Rome did not invent this. Rome absorbed it from people who were better at it, and then, eventually, outlasted them. Tarquinius Priscus, 5th king, brought Etruscan grandeur to the city's public spaces. He started the Circus Maximus. Not the finished thing, not yet, but the first version of the racetrack that would eventually hold more people than most modern cities contain at a football stadium. He built the first sewers, organized the drainage, pulled Rome out of the mud, literally, and gave it the skeleton of something that might last. Under him, the city stopped being timber and thatch and started being stone. Servius Tullius came 6th, and I want to slow down here, because Servius Tullius is strange and interesting, and the strangeness keeps getting smoothed over in summaries that move too fast. He was said to have been born of a slave woman. There are accounts which the Romans themselves acknowledged were odd, were maybe mythologized, of a flame appearing above his head while he slept as a child, which the queen saw and interpreted as a sign. He rose, he became king. He organized the Roman people by wealth rather than birth for purposes of the census and military enrollment, which sounds administrative and it's actually a seismic idea that what you own matters more than who your grandfather was. That citizenship could be tiered by something other than blood. He built walls around the full perimeter of the city, He organized the military into centuries. His reign was long and productive and ended the way too many reigns in this story end. His son-in-law had him killed. That son-in-law was Lucius Tarquinius Superbus, Tarquin the Proud. The Romans named him for what he was, and what he was the thing that ended the whole experiment of kingship. I need to pause here, because what comes next is Lucretia, and Lucretia is the kind of story that keeps changing shape depending on which direction you approach it from. And I want to get it right, or at least I want to be honest about the places where I might not. Tarquin the Proud ruled by force. He abolished rights when they inconvenienced him. He ignored the Senate, or used it as furniture, as backdrop, as something to be seen sitting near rather than actually consulted. He built the great temple of Jupiter Capitolinus, the one that would sit on the Capitoline Hill and define the Roman skyline for centuries. That was his project, and it was genuinely magnificent. And the Romans couldn't quite bring themselves to tear it down even after they'd torn down everything else he represented. Grandeur and tyranny running on the same budget. There's something there I can't entirely pass. His son Sextus Tarquinius raped Lucretia. She was a noblewoman, married to a Roman officer named Collatinus, daughter of a man named Spurius Lucretius. Sextus came to her in the night, armed, and after he was gone, she sent for her father and her husband. She told them what had been done. She made them swear. Then she killed herself. And the sequence matters. The sequence is the whole point, because the Romans told it in that order deliberately. The oath first, then the act, because she was making a political statement with her death, using her body as, and here something in me almost surfaces, some reflex of the century I actually live in, and I push it back down because that reflex doesn't belong inside this story. We are inside Rome's understanding of this moment, and Rome understood it as an act of force, a wound that could not be minimized or explained away or quietly managed by powerful men who preferred quiet. Lucius Junius Brutus took her body into the streets. He was a kinsman. He was also, the Romans later claimed, a man who had been playing the fool for years. The name Brutus meant something like the dull one, and the story went that he'd adopted the persona deliberately to survive under a tyrant who killed anyone who seemed threatening. Smart men pretend to be stupid under certain kinds of power. Whether that's true of Brutus, or a story Rome told later to make the revolution feel inevitable, I genuinely don't know. Anyway, he held her body up. He spoke. The leading families came. The king was expelled, his family driven out, and the Romans, with the specific bone-deep fury of people who had been humiliated by the thing they most depended on, declared that they would never again have a king. The word itself, rex, became a slur, a charge, something you could not let anyone call you in Rome without consequences for centuries, even when the men who ran Rome were kings in every meaningful sense. Even then, they found other words, princeps, first citizen. They said anything else. The Republic began. It was constructed by angry people who had just survived something. And it shows. Every joint in the thing is a break. Every mechanism is a memory of Tarquin. 2 consuls, elected annually, each able to stop the other. 1 year of power, and then you are a private citizen again, subject to the laws you spent 12 months making. The Romans were not building an ideal. They were building a cage for the thing they feared, and the cage was shaped exactly like the fear. But the Republic was also, and this is the part that gets lost when you only look at the institutions, the Republic was also a story about who counted. The patricians counted, the old families, the ones who said they descended from the founding fathers, who held the Senate seats and the priesthoods, and the knowledge of which omens meant what, and which laws applied to whom. They owned the land. They interpreted everything. They had names that opened rooms. The plebeians were citizens, farmers, merchants, craftsmen, soldiers. The people who built the roads and filled the legions and made the city function at the level of daily physical reality. Their citizenship was thin, real but thin, like a door that technically opens but is heavy enough that most people stop pushing before it moves. The assemblies they could vote in had less power than the ones they couldn't enter. The laws they were bound by weren't written down, which meant the patricians who held the laws in memory were under no obligation to explain them to anyone who hadn't been born already knowing. This is the part where I want to be careful, because it's easy to flatten into simple oppression, and it was messier than that. There were wealthy plebeians who chafed, who had money and wanted the offices that money should, in their view, have earned them. There were patricians who saw the argument. There were moments when an outside threat forced everyone into the same boat, and the class tensions went briefly quiet, while Samnites pressed from the east or Gauls came down from the north. The tensions came back. They always came back. 494 BCE, the first secession of the plebs. The plebeians left. They walked out of the city, gathered on a hill outside the walls, and sat down and said, "We're done. Work for yourselves. Fight your own wars. Defend your republic with your bloodlines and your ancestral rights, and see how far that gets you." The patricians blinked. Of course they did. You cannot run a city on names alone. The people who actually run a city are the people who actually run it. And when those people stop, the city stops. And no amount of ancient lineage changes that arithmetic. The patricians blinked. And then they negotiated. And something new came out of the negotiation. Something that hadn't existed before. Something the city had to build on the fly, out of crisis, to survive. The tribunes of the plebs, officers elected by the plebeians to represent them, with a power unlike anything else in the Roman system. The power of the veto, the intercessio, the ability to physically place themselves between a patrician magistrate and a plebeian citizen and say, "No, this does not happen today." Their persons were sacrosanct, sacred. You could not touch a tribune. To lay hands on one was a religious crime. The plebeians had turned themselves into a protected class through the sheer leverage of collective withdrawal, and the result was an office with a strange, almost irrational kind of power. Not the power to make things happen, but the power to make things stop. This is what the conflict of the orders looked like for 2 centuries. Not revolution. The walls stayed up. The city kept running. Somewhere between the 2 extremes of complete patrician control and complete plebeian uprising, there was this long grinding middle, concession by concession, crisis by crisis, the plebeians gaining ground in increments so small that no single moment looks like a turning point. But the cumulative drift is unmistakable. The laws got written down. The 12 tables around 450 BCE, the first codification of Roman law, chiseled into bronze and displayed in the Forum so that the knowledge could no longer be hoarded. Offices opened, slowly, one by one, to men who had the money and the ambition, but the wrong grandfathers. It took a long time. Rome is still, through all of this, a city-state with ambitions it hasn't fully articulated yet. The Latin plain around it, the hills, other peoples pressing in, Etruscans fading to the north, Samnites holding the mountain passes to the east, Greek colonists down the coast at Naples and Cumae, with their own ideas about civilization. In 390 BCE, the Gauls came down from the north and sacked the city, burned most of it. The Romans who could flee, fled. The Romans who stayed were mostly the old senators who refused to run, who sat in their ivory chairs in the Forum in their ceremonial robes, waiting, and the Gauls, the story goes, walked among them uncertain at first whether the still figures were men or statues, until one Gaul reached out and touched a senator's beard, and the senator struck him with a staff, and the whole thing collapsed into slaughter. I don't know if that happened. I'm not sure anyone does. But Rome kept the story. They rebuilt faster than the burning, which is a strange sentence, but accurate. The city that came back from the Gauls was larger and messier and less planned than what had been there before, because people built on top of rubble quickly, without coordinates, without patience, and the street grid that emerged was the street grid of people who were done waiting. Something in the rebuilding was harder than the first building, fiercer. The Romans who put the city back together knew now what it felt like to lose it. The Republic runs, the machine runs, slow, factious, deadlocked half the time, lurching the other half, vulnerable to men who understand how to work its joints, who know which lever to pull and which sacred procedure to invoke and when to invoke it. It runs on argument and precedent and the memory of things that happened before anyone currently alive was born. 5 centuries. That's how long it runs. The hills hold, the fog comes, the river moves, the city keeps starting over, and every time it starts over, it comes back slightly larger than it was. Something is accumulating here, something that doesn't have a name yet. The wars of the Italian peninsula were a long education, and not a pleasant one. Each fight taught the Romans something. Tactics, yes, but also the slower lessons. The ones about what to do with people after you've beaten them, how to make the beating stick without making enemies out of everyone you touched. The Samnite Wars were particularly instructive in this way. Mountain country, central Italy, decades of grinding. The Samnites were good fighters who knew every ridge, and they used that knowledge the way you'd use a tool, worn comfortable to the hand. 321 BCE, a narrow mountain pass called the Caudine Forks. I've looked at maps of this, and I'm still not entirely sure I can picture it right. The way the pass apparently folded, the way an army could walk in and find the exit blocked, and look up and find the hills full of men waiting. The whole Roman army encircled. No room to form up properly. No high ground, no good options. The Samnites could have killed them all. They didn't. They made them walk under a yoke, a low horizontal bar. You duck, you submit. Every soldier, every officer bent at the neck and passed under. The Samnites watched. It's a hard thing to describe. Not the physical act, which was brief enough, but what it meant, what it did to the men who did it. and to the city they walked back into. Rome received them in silence, the sources say. A complicated silence, the kind that means too many things at once to be called any one of them. Rome argued about it for years. Should they have fought, died, rather than accept the posture of the defeated? There are records of the debate, fragments of it, and what strikes me is not which side was right, but that the argument happened at all, that it happened with such heat, because it tells you something about the story Rome was already telling about itself. A story where humiliation is always temporary, where the debt gets paid, where survival is the precondition for everything else. The Samnites lost eventually, not in one battle, through accumulation, Roman persistence, Roman alliances, Roman tolerance for absorbing punishment, and coming back the following season with more men and a grudge. When it was over, Rome held central Italy, and it had worked out what to do with conquered peoples through the slow trial of actually doing it. The formula wasn't annexation. Rome didn't, mostly, just swallow neighbors whole. What it built was a web. Some cities received full citizenship. Some received partial rights, a half membership that felt like a door left slightly open. Some stayed formally independent, but signed treaties that meant they sent soldiers when Rome asked, and didn't sign treaties with anyone else without permission. Politically brilliant in the way that complicated things sometimes are. Each city bound separately to the center, unable to easily find common cause with its neighbors, unable to form the kind of coalition that might push back, and the benefits were real. I want to be clear about that. Roman roads, Roman law, Roman trade networks, Roman protection from the various other dangers that circulated in the ancient Mediterranean. The costs were real too, but the balance was managed carefully enough that rebellion stayed exceptional. By the middle of the 3rd century BCE, all of Italy, south of the Po, was Rome's. Anyway, Carthage, 264 BCE, and Carthage was. The city was maritime the way Rome was continental. Ships, harbors, trade routes threaded across the whole western Mediterranean, from the Spanish coast to North Africa to Sicily. The finest navy in the world, and everyone knew it, including Rome. The two had managed a kind of cautious distance through the years of their respective rises. That distance collapsed in Sicily. Mercenary soldiers had taken Messana on the island's northeastern tip and found themselves pressed hard from 2 directions. They appealed to Rome. The Senate debated. Sicily was not Italy. No Roman army had crossed that strait. The Senate sent legions anyway. The moment they crossed, the First Punic War began. Rome had no navy. This is just a fact. State it and move on. What it had was soldiers who could fight on land, and what Carthage had was ships and sailors and 3 centuries of practice. The early naval engagements went about how you'd expect. What Rome did next is the part I keep coming back to. The corvus, a boarding bridge with a spike on the end, dropped onto an enemy ship, locking the vessels together. Clumsy, destabilizing. It made the ships heavier, harder to handle, worse in rough water. The kind of device that looks desperate in the conception and works anyway, because it let Roman soldiers do what Roman soldiers were trained to do. Fight hand to hand, land battle, on the water. It shouldn't have. No, it worked. For a while, it worked remarkably well. 23 years. I need to pause here because 23 years is long enough that I don't think we have good intuitions for it. Entire generations of soldiers were born, trained, fought, died within that single conflict. Fleets were built, sunk in storms, rebuilt. Thousands drowned who never fought an enemy. Rome kept sending men and ships. Carthage kept resisting. Neither side could land the blow that ended it. 241 BCE, the Aegates Islands. A Roman fleet found a Carthaginian force that was tired and outnumbered and destroyed it. Carthage negotiated, gave up Sicily, paid the indemnity. Rome had its first province, its first piece of foreign soil, its first template for what empire could look like beyond the peninsula. The peace lasted 23 years, and it lasted not because anyone was satisfied. Carthage turned to Spain. Hamilcar Barca led forces into the Iberian Peninsula and built what was effectively. This is a strange thing to say about an ancient state, and I'm not sure the framing is right, but I've kept it a personal empire within the Carthaginian one. Silver mines, military loyalty organized around a man rather than a city. When Hamilcar died, the project continued. When his son-in-law was assassinated, the army chose someone by acclamation, the way armies do when they trust themselves more than the people theoretically in charge of them. His name was Hannibal. His name lands like something, like a door, like a threshold, like one of those words that carries the weight of what comes after it, the kind of name where you almost want to stop. So there, Hannibal Barca was 26 years old when he took command and had been in the company of armies his entire life, watched his father wage war, absorbed the culture of it, the loyalty structures, the tactical thinking, the particular shape of ambition that forms in a person who grows up understanding that violence, organized and disciplined, is the primary instrument available. He also carried the oath, or the story of the oath, which may be the same thing in the end. The scene is famous, a boy begging his father to take him to war. The father agreeing on one condition: swear at the altar that you will never be Rome's friend. Whether it happened exactly that way, I genuinely don't know, and neither does anyone else. What I know is that Hannibal, the adult general, behaved as though such a vow had been made, with a consistency that went past professional ambition into something harder to name, something that felt, from the outside, like a calling. 218 BCE, he marched out of Spain with a multinational force, Spanish soldiers, African soldiers, Numidian cavalry, Gauls he'd picked up along the way, and war elephants, which I want to spend more time on than I probably should. The elephants are the detail that keeps pulling at me. They were weapons, and they were symbols, and they were also on the Alpine crossing that was coming, a logistical catastrophe waiting to happen. Across the Pyrenees, through southern Gaul, into the Alps late in the season, on paths that were icy and narrow and watched over by local tribes who came down out of the heights to attack a column that couldn't properly defend its flanks. Men fell. Animals fell. The elephants suffered in the cold and the altitude in ways the sources try to describe, and mostly failed to render adequately. By the time Hannibal descended into the Po Valley, he had perhaps 26,000 men. He'd started with somewhere above 50,000. The mountains had done what no Roman army had managed. The Romans were waiting. Let me collect the thread here, because what comes next is a sequence, and the sequence matters. The shape of it, the way one disaster follows another without the usual breathing room history provides. 3 battles, each one worse than the last. Tiber River, winter. Hannibal sent his Numidian cavalry across in the early morning to provoke the Roman camp, then pulled them back, and the Roman consul, Sempronius, a man whose ambition and whose impatience were, it turns out, the same quality, ordered his legions to pursue. They crossed a freezing stream before they'd eaten, before they'd warmed up. They came out the other side soaked and cold, and they walked into a prepared position, and the ambush closed on them from the flanks, and 15 to 20,000 Romans died. The numbers are contested. The shape of the thing is not Lake Trasimene, spring. Hannibal hid his entire army in the hills above a narrow road that ran beside the lake. He waited. The Roman column, commanded by a consul named Flaminius, marched in. There was fog that morning, which feels almost too convenient, like something a dramatist would add. But the sources are consistent about the fog. The Romans had no room to form their lines. They were attacked from above and from the sides and driven into the water, and 10,000 died in the fighting, and 15,000 were captured, and Flaminius himself was killed. And Rome went quiet for a moment, in a way it almost never did. Then Cannae. I find Cannae genuinely difficult to write about. I'm not sure if that's because the scale resists description, or because I've read about it so many times that the words have worn smooth. Either way, I'll try. 216 BCE, southern Italy, a wide plain. Rome assembled somewhere between 70 and 80,000 soldiers, the largest army it had ever put in the field, the answer to Fabius Maximus and his cautious harassment strategy, the answer to 2 years of watching Hannibal burn farmland while the people who owned the farmland demanded something be done. They wanted a decisive engagement. Hannibal arranged his troops in a bow. Center pushed forward, stronger wings pulled back. When the Roman mass advanced and hit the center gave way. Deliberately, it bent and drew the Romans in, and the Romans poured after it, because they were winning, obviously winning. The enemy was giving ground, and then the wings came around, like hands closing. I wrote like a trap springing first, and deleted it because it's too mechanical. The wings came around. The cavalry hit from behind. 70,000 Roman soldiers died in an afternoon. 70,000. I keep writing that number and it keeps meaning nothing. 70,000 people in an afternoon on a plain in southern Italy, which means, and this is the detail that actually broke through for me, not sure why I'm keeping it, that the field would have been audible from a long distance, the noise alone, and then later the silence. The news reached Rome in fragments, riders arriving exhausted. With pieces of a picture, the Senate had to assemble slowly. When the picture was clear, panic. Cities in southern Italy began to defect to Carthage, because defection was rational, because the math said Rome was finished, because Hannibal was undefeated and Rome's largest army was gone, and there was no obvious reason to believe the next army would do better. Anyway, Rome levied more legions. This is the part that I find, even now, after reading about it across many years and many books, genuinely hard to explain in satisfying terms. Rome should, by any rational calculation, have sued for terms. It had been beaten 3 times, catastrophically, in less than 2 years. Its allies were defecting. Its farmland was burned. Hannibal was in the peninsula with an experienced, undefeated force, and a tactical mind that had outthought every Roman commander sent against him. The war was lost. The Senate met and took emergency measures and essentially said, no. Fabius Maximus, whose careful strategy the people had rejected before Cannae, was back. Avoid pitched battle, harass supply lines, let time and attrition work, refuse Hannibal the decisive engagement he needed. Hannibal stayed in Italy for more than a decade after Cannae. More than a decade. He marched, he won battles when Romans were foolish enough to engage him. He watched the south of the peninsula peel away toward Carthage. The decisive engagement never came. Rome denied him it with a collective stubbornness that went past policy into something more like, I want to say, character, though the word feels both too large and too small. A young Roman commander in Spain, Publius Cornelius Scipio, creative, charismatic, possessed of a tactical imagination that could match Hannibal's, which is a thing you could say about almost no one else alive at the time. He took Cartagena, the main Carthaginian base in Spain, and drove Carthaginian forces from the peninsula, and then he stood in the Senate and proposed taking the war to Africa, not defending Italy, attacking Carthage itself. The logic ran, if Rome threatens the city, Hannibal comes home. It was the kind of argument that sounds obvious in retrospect and sounds reckless when someone first says it out loud, like standing near a window during a thunderstorm to show someone the lightning, confident in your theory and less confident in everything else. The Senate argued. Scipio got his command. 204 BCE. He landed in North Africa. Hannibal, undefeated in Italy after 16 years, sailed home. 202 BCE. Zama. The two men on the same field for the first and only time. What I know of the battle, Hannibal's elephants were turned and scattered by Roman tactics that Scipio had. And this detail keeps feeling important to me, though I can't fully say why. Apparently adapted from watching Hannibal himself. The veteran Carthaginian infantry held for a while. The cavalry decided it. Carthage surrendered. Hannibal survived. Scipio returned. The Senate gave him the title Africanus. The city celebrated. The war was over. Rome had won. And what Rome walked back into was a different world than the one it had left. The peninsular politics, the Italian rivalries, the careful web of road and alliance and graduated citizenship, all still there. But underneath something larger now, something that had no precedent in Roman experience, and that Rome would spend the next 2 centuries learning to manage and repeatedly failing and managing again. An empire, Mediterranean, vast. The war had cost something that doesn't appear in the casualty figures. What Rome was after, harder to say, larger, more dangerous, further from the city on the 7 hills that watched the Gauls come and held the line and rebuilt on top of rubble. Still that city, somehow. Also something else entirely. What followed the defeat of Carthage was a pulling in multiple directions at once. Opportunity, obligation, and the particular restlessness of a state that had survived what should have killed it and didn't quite know what to do with the fact of its own survival. History doesn't pause. Rome didn't pause. The East was there, old and rich and complicated in ways that Rome was only beginning to understand. The Hellenistic world, Alexander's empire, carved up after his death into successor kingdoms that had been fighting each other and trading with each other and intermarrying with each other for over a century by the time Rome started paying serious attention. Macedonia, Greece, Syria, Egypt, Pergamon. Deep traditions, skilled armies, treasuries accumulated over generations of extraction and trade. Rome had been aware of these places, the way you're aware of a neighbor whose house is larger than yours. Diplomatically, cautiously, with a certain wariness that stopped short of confrontation. Philip V of Macedonia had allied with Hannibal during the Second Punic War. Sensing opportunity, that had never been forgiven. When Philip started extending his reach across Greece and the Aegean after Carthage fell, Rome found allies eager for Roman intervention. Greek states that wanted Macedonian ambition checked and were willing to invite the Western power in to do the checking. The Macedonian Wars were a gradual thing. I want to be careful about how I describe this because I think the standard framing, Rome's inevitable expansion, Rome's manifest destiny, all of that misses how contingent it felt from inside each individual moment. Each intervention produced the conditions for the next one. Each moment of Roman influence became a platform. Philip was defeated. Perseus, his successor, was defeated. Macedonia became a province. 146 BCE. I need to pause here because 146 BCE is one of those years that sits in the historical record like a weight. Two things happened in that single year. Two things that, placed next to each other, describe Rome more clearly than any amount of constitutional analysis. Rome destroyed Carthage. Rome destroyed Corinth. Carthage first. 3 years of siege. The walls finally gave, and then the fighting went inside, into the city itself, house by house, and street by street, and room by room, because the people inside the walls understood that surrender meant slavery, and so they fought with the particular ferocity of people who have nothing left to preserve except the act of resistance itself. When it ended, the city was ash. The population, those still alive, were sold. The land became a province. Corinth, the wealthiest commercial city in Greece, destroyed as punishment for organizing Greek resistance to Roman authority. Population, the same fate as Carthage's. The statues, the artworks, and Corinth had accumulated extraordinary things, centuries of craft and taste, packed onto Roman ships and carried west. I find it difficult to describe 146 BCE without something in the prose going flat. I'm not sure if that's appropriate to the material or a failure of nerve. Both, maybe. I've left it flat. Rome hadn't set out to become what it became. That sentence sounds like an excuse, and I don't mean it as one. I mean it as a structural observation. The logic of each step was local. Defend against Carthage, punish Philip, support the Greeks against Macedonian expansion, protect Roman interests. Each decision had its own justification at the moment of its making, and the result accumulated across 2 centuries of those decisions was an empire that stretched from Spain to Syria and was still growing. The wealth that came back into Rome from the provinces was, the scale of it is hard to sit with. Governors returned from their terms abroad with fortunes that would have seemed impossible to their grandfathers. Men who had farmed Italian hillsides and considered a good harvest the measure of prosperity. Slaves arrived by the tens of thousands, educated Greeks who would tutor Roman children, skilled craftsmen, agricultural laborers for the great estates. The city itself transformed, marble where there had been timber, temples rising, the forum rebuilt and extended, apartment blocks crowding together in dense neighborhoods, filling with people displaced from the countryside, drawn by grain distributions and whatever opportunity the city might yield. And the old problems of the Republic were still there, underneath all of it. Anyway, the land. Roman farmers had gone to war and come back to find their fields in other hands, sold to cover debts while they were absent, bought up by wealthy families who had the resources to wait out a man's ruin and acquire his estate cheaply afterward. The great estates, latifundia, worked by slaves who required no land allotments, no discharge bonuses, no political consideration of any kind. The citizen farmers of Italy, the people who had filled the legions for centuries, were being squeezed out of the countryside by the very machine of conquest they had built and bled for. They moved to the cities. They became the urban poor. 133 BCE, Tiberius Sempronius Gracchus, tribune of the plebs. His family was about as distinguished as Roman families got. Father, a great general, mother, the daughter of Scipio Africanus himself. And he was educated and principled, and, by all accounts, genuinely concerned about what was happening to ordinary Roman citizens. His proposal, public land that had been illegally occupied by wealthy families, in violation of existing laws that everyone knew about and no one enforced, would be redistributed to the landless. This is the part I want to be precise about, because it tends to get blurred. He was proposing to enforce laws that already existed. The 12 Tables, Roman legal tradition going back centuries. There were limits on how much public land any individual could hold. Those limits had simply been ignored by the people with the power to ignore them. The Senate's reaction was, the Senate treated it as revolution, which tells you something about what the Senate was by this point, about whose instrument it had become. The wealthy families who had been farming public land for generations, who had built fortunes on that foundation, heard enforced the existing law and understood it as confiscate our property. And the gap between those two interpretations is where you find the actual shape of the Roman ruling class in the 2nd century BCE. They used every institutional tool available. When that proved insufficient, when Tiberius proved more resourceful and more popular than they'd anticipated, when they could feel the proposal gaining traction, they organized a mob. On the Capitoline Hill, in the open, Tiberius Gracchus was beaten to death. His body was thrown into the Tiber. No trial, no ceremony. None of the forms that Roman law required, even for those convicted of capital crimes. He was the first Roman politician of the Republican era killed by political violence within the city itself. The sources record this with varying degrees of horror and justification, depending on whose sources they are. And I've read enough of them that the event has taken on a kind of terrible clarity for me. Not because it was unprecedented in human history, this kind of thing, powerful men eliminating threats through organized violence, but because of what it meant inside the specific logic of the Roman Republic, which had built its entire self-conception around the rule of law and the inviolability of the tribune's person. The tribune was sacrosanct. That was the oldest protection in the Constitution. And they killed him on a hill in broad daylight. Something shifted that day. Something that didn't shift back. 10 years later, Gaius Gracchus, younger brother, the same cause, broader ambitions, greater political skill, and This I find genuinely striking, though I'm not sure I can explain why it grips me the way it does. An oratorical ability that the sources describe with what feels like awe. Even the hostile sources, even the men who wanted him dead, he could move crowds with precision. He built a coalition, urban poor, Italian allies who wanted citizenship, equestrians who wanted judicial power, shifted away from the Senate. Land reform plus grain subsidies, plus road building, plus the extension of citizenship. A comprehensive program. For a time, it seemed like it might actually work. The Senate was patient. It found ways to splinter the coalition, offering slightly better terms to the equestrians, outbidding Gaius for popular support on specific issues, maneuvering him into positions that cost him allies when violence broke out. And here, I want to be honest about the uncertainty, because who provoked what in 121 BCE is genuinely contested, and I don't think the sources are reliable enough to be definitive about it. The Senate passed the ultimate decree, emergency powers. The consuls authorized to use any means necessary, a phrase that, in a constitutional republic, functions like a door held open by people who know exactly what will walk through it. Gaius fled. He asked a loyal slave to kill him, rather than be taken. His head was delivered to his enemies. 3,000 of his supporters were arrested and executed without trial. So there, the message was clear the first time. The second time made it a policy. Reform was possible in Rome up to a certain threshold, at a certain pace, and those who pushed past the threshold or exceeded the pace would find that the Republic's commitment to law had limits, and those limits were set by the people whose interests the law most reliably protected. This is not a complicated observation. It is also not, I think, the lesson the Senate imagined it was teaching. What it actually taught, what the generation that grew up watching the Gracchi die absorbed, was that the normal channels of political change were unreliable, that violence worked, that the rules were for people who lacked the power to break them. What followed across the next century was a slow collapse of republican norms. Slow. That's the word I keep returning to because I think we misremember it as sudden, a rupture, a coup, a decisive moment when the Republic became something else. It wasn't. It was an unraveling. Each violation of precedent made the next violation slightly easier to contemplate, slightly less unthinkable, slightly more available as an option to the next man who found the rules inconvenient. The Gracchi died. The norms bent. The men who came after them looked at the bent norms and found them useful. That's where we are. That's what's accumulating now, under the marble and the triumphs and the grain dolls and the gleaming new temples. Something the Republic has no name for yet. Gaius Marius, municipal nobody, Italian countryside, the kind of man the Roman aristocracy had a word for, novus homo, new man, which in their mouths meant arrived without permission. He climbed through the military ranks on merit, which the aristocracy also had feelings about, and proved himself an exceptional commander, which they could not dispute. And when Rome faced genuine crisis in 107 BCE, military disasters in Africa, Germanic tribes moving toward the north in numbers that the sources describe with a fear that comes through even across 2,000 years of manuscript transmission. The people turned to him, not the Senate, the people. He was consul 6 times. 6. The office was designed for 1 year, 1 man, one term, with careful rules about how long you had to wait before holding it again. Marius treated those rules as suggestions. His army reforms are the thing I keep circling back to. The thing that feels to me like the hinge on which the next century turns, even though at the time they probably looked like practical solutions to a manpower problem. He opened military service to the landless poor, equipped soldiers at state expense, extended the terms of service, and promised land grants upon discharge. These changes made the army work better in the short term. They also changed what the army was previously, and I'm compressing here in a way that loses some texture, but the shape of it is right. Soldiers had been propertied citizens, men with farms and communities, men who fought for Rome because Rome was woven into the fabric of their daily lives, their land, their families. After Marius, the legions filled with men who had nothing outside the army, men whose futures, land, money, a life after service, depended entirely on their general's success in making good on his promises. The loyalty was still to Rome, technically, but it ran through the general, through this specific man who had recruited them and equipped them and whose name they associated with whatever they hoped the future would hold. This is the change that matters. Everything else follows from it. Sulla understood it with the cold clarity of a man who had been paying close attention. He was an aristocrat, brilliant, ruthless, possessed of the kind of intelligence that expresses itself as strategic patience, watching, calculating, filing information away. When a dispute broke out in 88 BCE over command of a campaign against Mithridates of Pontus, rich appointment, prestigious, the kind of command that made careers, Sulla did something with that understanding. He marched his army on Rome to take it. His soldiers followed because they were his soldiers, because their futures were his futures, because the abstraction of the Roman state was less immediate to them than the concrete person of the man who had promised them something. The city fell. Sulla installed his preferences, drove Marius into exile, left for his campaign. Marius came back while he was gone. Blood was shed, prescription lists, enemies condemned by name, without trial, their property confiscated, their killers paid, circulated through the city like a disease finding its hosts. When Sulla returned from the east in 83 BCE, he brought more blood with him. He declared himself dictator. He executed thousands. The sources give numbers, and I don't fully trust any of them, but the scale was large enough that it changed the texture of the city, changed who was present and who was gone, and who owed what to whom. He reorganized the magistracies, the courts, the terms of provincial command. He said he was restoring the Republic. Then in 79 BCE, he resigned, voluntarily, retired to his estate and died shortly after. And I find this, I've never quite known what to do with this, the resignation. It seems to demand a psychological explanation that the sources don't provide and that I'm not qualified to invent. He could have held power indefinitely. He let it go. What that means about what he wanted, about what he thought he'd accomplished, about whether he believed his own rhetoric about restoration, I genuinely don't know. What he left behind, a republic intact in its forms, violated in ways that wouldn't show up immediately, the way a bone stressed repeatedly doesn't fracture until suddenly it does. Two things had been made clear. First, a Roman general with a loyal army could take Rome by force, and the state had no reliable mechanism to stop this. Second, the constitutional norms. The general leaves his army at the sacred boundary. No man holds extraordinary power indefinitely. Disputes are resolved by argument and vote. These were preferences, expressed by tradition, upheld by habit, dependent entirely on the willingness of powerful men to observe them. When a sufficiently powerful man found sufficient reason to stop observing them, the norms could not enforce themselves. The Republic, after Sulla, knew this about itself. Let me collect the thread, because the generation that comes next is dense, and I want to get it right. The forms continued: elections, magistrates, Senate debates, tribunician vetoes. The machinery ran, but the substance of Republican governance was hollowing out, being replaced by the competition among a small number of men who understood that what mattered now was force, or the credible demonstration that you could assemble force combined with the money to keep soldiers and clients loyal across the years between crises. 3 men: Crassus, wealthiest man in Rome, his fortune built on property, on silver mines, and on a private fire brigade that I find almost too perfectly illustrative to be true. But the sources are consistent about it. The brigade would arrive at a burning building and negotiate to purchase it at the price of a burning building before extinguishing the flames. He was, by any accounting, extraordinarily good at identifying the moment when someone had no good options. Pompey, most celebrated general of the age. He had cleared the Mediterranean of pirates in a campaign of such speed and efficiency that it reads, even now, as almost implausible. The pirates were genuinely a civilizational problem. They had kidnapped Julius Caesar at one point. They disrupted grain shipments to Rome, and Pompey eliminated them in roughly 3 months across an enormous theater of operations. Then he reorganized the entire Eastern Mediterranean under Roman authority. He came home with the kind of reputation that makes other ambitious men anxious. Anyway, Caesar. Gaius. Julius Caesar is the figure in this period I find hardest to write about steadily. Not because the material is unclear, but because the clarity of him, the precision of him, keeps pulling the prose toward a register it shouldn't have. So I'll try to stay level. He was a patrician who understood popular politics better than the populace. He spent money he didn't have, chronically, almost programmatically, a level of debt that would have destroyed a man without his particular combination of nerve and forward planning, on games and entertainments and distributions that bought him the loyalty of the urban poor, which bought him political protection, which gave him time to accumulate more. He cultivated veterans. He worked his political offices with a tactical precision that his enemies recognized and could not quite counter, because countering it required admitting what he was doing, and what he was doing was technically legal. He formed with Pompey and Crassus what later generations called the First Triumvirate. No legal standing, no formal office. 3 men agreeing to pool their respective resources and block anyone who threatened any of them. In 59 BCE, Caesar was consul and used the year to pass legislation that paid off both partners and secured for himself, when the year ended, a military command in Gaul. What he did in Gaul for the next decade is the part I want to linger on, because it's the part where you see most clearly what Caesar actually was. This thing he had that neither Pompey nor Crassus possessed in the same form, the ability to make his actions tell a story, to shape the narrative of his own rise in real time. He conquered Gaul, not raided it, subdued it, systematically, tribe by tribe, over nearly a decade of fighting that involved more battles than most commanders encounter in a career. He built a bridge across the Rhine, the longest military bridge anyone in the ancient world had constructed, crossed to the far bank, demonstrated Roman power to the Germanic tribes watching from the other side, then dismantled the bridge and came back. He crossed the Channel to Britain twice. Rome had never put soldiers on that island before. It existed at the edge of the geographical imagination, half myth, the place where the known world ran out. And Caesar stepped onto it, fought, and came home. There's something in that, the deliberate theater of it, the performance of audacity for an audience in Rome, that I keep returning to. The bridge he didn't need to build, the island he didn't need to visit. He knew what stories do, and throughout all of it, he wrote. Sent back to Rome, these accounts of his campaigns in clear, direct Latin, first person, almost conspicuously plain in style, and people who despised everything he stood for politically admired the prose, the commentariae. He was building a record, and he knew he was building a record, and the record is still the primary source for what he did in Gaul, which means he narrated his own conquest, and we mostly accepted his narration. I'm not sure whether that's impressive or something else. The word that almost surfaces here is one I'll leave alone. The Gallic campaigns made him famous. They also made him, in the specific legal sense, necessary to himself. His enemies in the Senate had been waiting. When his command ended, they intended to prosecute him for alleged illegalities during his consulship. Caesar knew this. He knew it the way you know a thing when people have been saying it publicly for years. The Senate demanded he disband his army and return to Rome as a private citizen. Caesar refused. Months of negotiation, nothing resolved. In January 49 BCE, the Senate declared him an enemy of the state. He was on the northern bank of the Rubicon. The Rubicon was a boundary, a legal line drawn in Roman law. North of it was his province, south of it was Italy. And the law said no general brought armed men into Italy without Senate authorization. Because the last time that happened, it was Sulla, and everyone remembered Sulla. The line existed precisely because of what the line was preventing. Caesar stood on the bank, read the dispatches, made his calculations. Then he crossed, and his army crossed with him. And what Roman law called treason was committed in the January cold, beside an Italian river that nobody had thought much about before, and that nobody afterward could think about without thinking about this. What he said is disputed. The die is cast, maybe. A gambler's phrase, Greek originally. The kind of thing a man says when he wants the moment to feel chosen rather than compelled. Whatever the words. He crossed. Everything that followed was already in the crossing. The civil war was swift, as these things go. Pompey retreated, first to Greece, then to Egypt, which was either a strategic calculation or a desperate one. And it didn't matter, because Egyptian courtiers killed him on the beach before he'd fully landed, hoping to please the man who was obviously going to win. They cut off his head and preserved it. Caesar arrived shortly after and was presented with it as a gift. The accounts say he wept. I've turned that detail over many times, and I still can't tell you with confidence what it meant. grief for an old ally turned enemy, performance, some genuine and complicated thing that doesn't reduce to either. The sources are unreliable here in the way they're always unreliable when they tell us what a great man felt. I've kept the detail because it keeps mattering to me, even though I can't explain why it should. He lingered in Egypt longer than strategy required. And here is where the Egypt section is the part of Caesar's story I find hardest to move through at any pace, because Cleopatra VII is the figure who keeps pulling the narrative sideways in a direction I want to follow and don't have space to follow properly. She was in the middle of a succession crisis when he arrived. Displaced from the throne she shared with her brother husband, she arranged a meeting. The famous story, smuggled into Caesar's presence, wrapped in a carpet or a laundry sack, depending on which source you're reading, delivered to a man who held all the military power in the room. Within days, possibly hours, an alliance had formed that was simultaneously political and personal, and probably impossible to fully separate into its component parts. Caesar helped restore her to power. She gave him a child, publicly attributed to him, called Caesarion. When Caesar finally left Egypt, something had been set in motion that would take another decade and a half to fully resolve. He defeated the remaining opposition, returned to Rome, was appointed dictator, first for a year, then for 10 years, then for life. He governed with the kind of concentrated energy that reads, even in hostile sources, as genuine. He was doing the work, the actual administrative work of running a vast empire that had been badly managed for decades. The calendar was broken, and he fixed it. The Julian calendar he imposed lasted in most of Europe until the 16th century, which is one of those facts that keeps catching me off guard, no matter how many times I encounter it. Colonies for veterans, grain supply regularized, provinces restructured. He sat in the Senate on a golden chair. His face appeared on coins while he lived, which no Roman had done before. He wore purple. He accepted the kind of honors that came attached to divinity. He did not take the title of king. He was too precise a political thinker for that. He knew the word was a door that only opened one way in Rome. It had been poisonous for 5 centuries, and that accepting it would simply hand his enemies the justification they needed. So he arranged to have everything kingship meant and called it something else. This is either brilliant or a kind of dishonesty, probably both, in the way that successful political theatre usually is both at once. The senators who killed him on the Ides of March, 44 BCE, believed they were saving the Republic. I need to pause here, because that sentence is one I want to be precise about, and precision requires sitting with it a moment. They meant it. The ones who were genuine, and some were genuine, Brutus in particular seems to have believed, with a sincerity the sources find hard to dismiss, that he was acting in defense of something real. There were others whose motives were thinner, personal grievances dressed in principled language, the usual mixture that political conspiracies attract. But the core of the thing was sincere. More than 20 men gathered around Caesar in the Senate House on the morning of March 15th, and they stabbed him. He fell at the base of a statue of Pompey. History does that sometimes. Provides a detail so perfectly shaped that it feels like someone arranged it. He fell at Pompey's feet. The man he'd beaten, the rival he'd driven to Egypt, and a beach execution, presiding in marble over this ending. The republic they hoped to restore was already gone. What they'd actually done was create a vacancy. Caesar had written a will anyway. Gaius Octavius was 18 years old, studying in Greece, when the news reached him. He crossed the Adriatic with a small group of companions and walked into Rome in the weeks after the assassination, into a city in barely controlled panic. Antony maneuvering for position, the Senate trying to reassert something, the assassins presenting themselves as liberators to an audience that wasn't buying it, the veterans and the urban poor furious, and waiting for someone to focus their fury. He accepted the name Caesar. His adoption entitled him to it, and he took it immediately, which tells you something about how he thought. He paid the legacies Caesar's will had promised to the Roman people, borrowed the money to do it, distributed it, and watched what loyalty looks like when it has a price attached and the price gets paid. The patience he showed in this period is the thing I find most, is the quality that I keep struggling to describe accurately, because the word patience is too passive for what he was doing. He was moving through a chaotic political environment with precise, unhurried calculation, never overreaching, never showing the full shape of his ambition, forming alliances that served immediate purposes and dissolving them when the purposes changed, and doing all of this at 18, 19, 20 years old, in a city where men twice his age with armies at their backs were also maneuvering for position. He joined with Antony and a general named Lepidus to form the Second Triumvirate, formally ratified by the Senate, which had no realistic option. Together, they hunted the assassins. Brutus and Cassius died at Philippi in 42 BCE on a Macedonian plain by their own hands, the Republic's last sincere defenders. After that, the familiar pattern. Common enemies gone, the alliance calcifies, then cracks. Lepidus was slowly pushed aside. Antony took the east. Octavian took the west. A decade passed in which everyone could see what was coming, and no one could stop it. Antony and Cleopatra. I want to spend more time here, and I'm aware that's the pull of the story rather than the pull of historical significance. They're not more important than what comes after. They're just more vivid, more mythologized. And there's something in the shape of their story that resists the kind of prose I'm trying to write, because it keeps demanding a different register. What I can say plainly, whether the relationship was passion or strategy or some genuine fusion of both, is impossible to know at this distance. What matters for the historical record is that Antony's behavior in the East, the public ceremonies with Cleopatra, the territories granted to her children, the entire Eastern arrangement that looked, from Rome, like a separate empire being assembled under an Egyptian queen, gave Octavian exactly what he needed. He framed the coming war as a defense of Rome against a foreign queen, and the Roman who'd surrendered himself to her, and the framing worked. The way that framing works when it maps onto anxieties that were already there. Actium, 31 BCE, a sea battle off the Greek coast. Octavian's fleet under his Admiral Agrippa outmaneuvered Antony and Cleopatra's ships in a way the sources describe and military historians still argue about. The outcome was decisive. Antony and Cleopatra retreated to Egypt. When Octavian arrived the following year, they were both dead. Antony first, by his own sword, on the basis of a false report about Cleopatra's death. The kind of thing that in a different register would feel like the cruelty of coincidence. And in this register just feels like what happens when a situation is already catastrophic. Cleopatra, shortly after, by poison or snakebite or whatever method she chose, rather than be displayed in chains at Octavian's triumph, she had watched what Rome did with defeated enemies. She made her own calculation. Octavian was 32. Every rival was dead, exiled, or neutered. And the question was what you built on top of that. The answer he worked out over the next several years is his, I think, the thing that most deserves to be called genius in his entire career, more than the military campaigns, more than the political maneuvering of his youth, more than any of it, the sheer conceptual audacity of what he constructed and the patience with which he constructed it, because it was designed to look like a restoration while being something entirely unprecedented. He would give the Senate its power back. He would restore the forms of republican governance. He would hold, personally, only offices the Republic had always known: consul, tribune, others. And he would accumulate them carefully rather than inventing new ones. He would be the first citizen, princeps. The leader who led by accumulated prestige and moral weight and the practical understanding universally shared that the Senate always took his advice, because the alternative was finding out what happened when you didn't. In 27 BCE, the Senate voted him the title Augustus, revered one, a religious designation, moral, suggesting something set apart from ordinary persons by exceptional virtue, close enough to the divine to mean something without being so explicit that it needed defending. He accepted it with the correct display of reluctance, which everyone understood was theatre, and which was nonetheless the right theatre to perform. He took other titles: Imperator, military acclamation, from which we eventually get the word emperor, though that word came later and landed differently. Pater Patriae, father of the fatherland, a thing that requires a certain relationship to power before accepting it, feels anything other than absurd. Pontifex Maximus, chief priest. Each title was real, and each title was a piece of a construction that had no single name, because the genius of the construction was that it didn't need one. Anyway, he governed for 44 years. 44 years. I keep trying to let that number sit without immediately filling the space around it. He was 32 when he was alone at the top. He died at 76. What he was doing for those 4 decades was simultaneously administrative, architectural, legal, military, and theatrical. The performance of republican normalcy over a structure that was not republican, sustained long enough that the performance became the reality. But the generation which grew up under Augustus had no memory of anything before Augustus, and therefore no template for imagining anything else. He found Rome made of brick, he said himself, and left it marble. This is the kind of statement that sounds like boasting, and happens to also be almost literally true. Temples, theatres, aqueducts, an imperial post system, relay stations across the empire, messages traveling the length of the known world in days rather than weeks. The infrastructure of communication knitting provinces together in ways that administrative decree alone never could. The grain supply, the fire brigade, the policing of the city. The army reformed again. Fixed terms, regular pay, retirement benefits drawn from the state treasury rather than from a general's personal promises. The solution to the Marian problem that had been sitting unresolved for 70 years and that Augustus solved by making the army's loyalty run to the office rather than the man, or close enough to that ideal that it held mostly for a long time after. The era that followed is called the Pax Romana, the Roman peace. It was not peaceful everywhere. The edges were always burning, border wars, punitive campaigns, legions pushing against the limits of what the empire could hold. But at the center, across the Mediterranean world, for something approaching 2 centuries after Augustus, there was a degree of stability that the ancient world had rarely produced. Trade on roads and sea lanes that were genuinely safe, cities growing, people living lives that the infrastructure of empire made more reliable and more connected than anything in the preceding centuries. The aqueducts running, the post moving, grain arriving, something that, from inside, might have felt like permanence. It wasn't. Nothing is. But it was real while it lasted, and it lasted long enough to become the condition under which an enormous amount of human life was lived, and those people were not wrong to experience it as something worth having. The Marble City, the long peace, the first citizen who was also the last, 44 years. Augustus died without a son of his own body, and Tiberius followed him. Stepson, experienced general, capable administrator. About as different from Augustus in disposition as it was possible for a Roman to be, which turned out to matter enormously because the principate Augustus had constructed was, this is something I don't think gets emphasized enough, a performance that required a particular kind of performer, and Tiberius was the wrong kind. Where Augustus had been warm, accessible, a genius at the public gesture and the well-timed display of ordinary humanity, Tiberius was withdrawn, suspicious, uncomfortable with theatre in a role that was almost entirely theatre. He governed competently at first. The frontiers held, the administration ran, the economy functioned. These things are worth saying even though they're unglamorous, because they represent real human welfare across an enormous territory, and the historians who spend all their time on the pathologies tend to undercount them. But the capital city, that pressurized particular environment where ambition and paranoia ferment together in a closed container, was not where Tiberius thrived. He retreated, eventually, to the island of Capri, where he governed at a distance through intermediaries, which meant that the people closest to him accumulated influence in proportion to how well they could manage his anxieties. Sejanus managed them very well. Commander of the Praetorian Guard, the bodyguard unit Augustus had established to protect the emperor's person. Sejanus was skilled at reading Tiberius, skilled at eliminating rivals with enough subtlety that the eliminations looked like natural political outcomes, skilled at accumulating the kind of proximity to power that looks from the outside like power itself. He got very close. Rome believed for a time that he would succeed Tiberius. Then Tiberius sent the Senate a letter denouncing him, and the senators, who had spent years fawning on Sejanus, turned on him immediately, with a ferocity particular to people who need to demonstrate that they were never really on his side. He was destroyed. But the episode had shown something the Principate couldn't hide. It had no reliable mechanism for for managing the men who gathered around the emperor. No structural answer to the problem of proximity and ambition. Tiberius died in 37 CE. Gaius followed. Caligula, the nickname means little boots, given by the soldiers of his father Germanicus's army, where he'd been raised as a small child, which is the kind of detail that lodges in the mind and stays there. A child in a military camp called Little Boots, growing up surrounded by men whose entire world was organized around violence and hierarchy and the will of whoever was in command. The first months of his reign were genuinely promising. Young, charismatic, released political prisoners, cut taxes, gave the people spectacles. Rome exhaled. Then something changed, whether it was illness or the effect of absolute power on a psychology that was already, or damage accumulated in that childhood, watching what happened to people who fell out of favor around the powerful. The sources argue about it, and I am not sure the argument is resolvable. What is clear is the behavior. He began treating his own divinity as literal rather than ceremonial, treating the Senate with open contempt rather than the useful fiction of republican collegiality, executing people at a pace and for reasons that looked to observers less like policy and more like mood. He lasted 4 years. The Praetorian Guard killed him in a palace corridor in 41 CE, and in the immediate chaos afterward, they found his uncle Claudius hiding behind a curtain and declared him emperor before anyone else had time to organize a preference. Claudius, 50 years old, a stammer, physical tremors, a lifetime spent at the margins of power because his family had concluded he was unfit for it. What the family had actually done was give him decades of enforced scholarly isolation in which to develop one of the sharper administrative minds of the dynasty. He brought Britain under Roman control. Caesar had landed there twice and left. Claudius made it a province, added it to the empire's edge, which felt at the time like the completion of something Caesar had started. He reformed the bureaucracy, extended citizenship, attended to the details of administration with a methodical patience his predecessor had entirely lacked. His personal life was, to use the mildest available word, troubled. His fourth wife was Agrippina the Younger, and I want to spend more time on Agrippina than the standard historical narrative tends to allow, because she is one of the most remarkable operators in a period full of remarkable operators, and she gets compressed into scheming wife in a way that loses the actual texture of what she accomplished. She was intelligent with a precision that her contemporaries found frightening. She had a son from a previous marriage, and she was going to put that son on the throne. She maneuvered Claudius into the marriage, maneuvered her son into position as heir, and then, in 54 CE, very probably poisoned Claudius with mushrooms. The sources are not certain. The circumstantial case is strong. The son was Nero. I need to pause here, because what comes next requires a particular kind of attention, and I want to make sure I'm bringing it. Nero was 16. He had artistic ambitions, genuine ones, I think, or as genuine as ambition gets in a person who has never been allowed to develop anything freely, and essentially no preparation for governing 50 million people across a vast and complex empire. For the first years, he was guided by Seneca, the philosopher, and Burrus, the Praetorian commander. Under them, things were reasonably stable. The administration worked, decisions were made. But Nero was not a man who wanted to be guided. He wanted to perform. He wanted to be on stage, actually on stage, singing, playing the lyre, racing chariots in public, being celebrated for his art rather than his governance. The desire wasn't, it reads as something other than simple vanity. Though vanity was present, something more like a person trapped in a role he didn't choose and reaching for the one thing that felt like authentic self-expression, which is an observation I'm immediately suspicious of because it sounds like sympathy, and I'm not sure Nero has earned it. And anyway, the reaching expressed itself in increasingly catastrophic ways. He freed himself from his mother's advisors. He killed his mother, killed his first wife, married a woman named Poppaea, whom he apparently loved, and then kicked her to death during her pregnancy, the sources say, in a rage whose specific trigger varies by account. The Great Fire of Rome. 64 CE, 6 days. Large portions of the city burned. Whether Nero started it is genuinely uncertain. The rumors circulated immediately, and the sources are split, and the honest answer is we don't know. What we know is that he needed someone to blame, and he found the Christians, a small sect already unpopular in the city, and the persecutions that followed were public and brutal enough that they entered Christian memory as a formative wound and shaped how that community understood its relationship to Roman power for the next 2.5 centuries. On the cleared land at the city's center, he built his golden house, a vast palace complex, a fantasy in marble and gilt, a building so enormous and so lavish that Romans who had watched Caligula found new things to be appalled by. Anyway, 68 CE, the provincial legions were done with him. Governors declared against him, one after another, like a wave moving inward toward the center. The Senate condemned him, flogging, the punishment for public enemies, the most humiliating death available. He fled the city with a handful of servants, ended in a villa outside Rome, and died there with the help of a servant who held the blade while the emperor's nerve failed. His last words, as recorded, were, "What an artist dies in me." Whether he actually said this, or whether a hostile source invented it for him, the sentence has the quality of a thing too perfectly shaped to resist. So it has endured. The Julio-Claudian dynasty was finished. What followed is called the Year of the Four Emperors, which is the kind of name that sounds like it's describing a curiosity and is actually describing a structural crisis. Galba, Otho, Vitellius, Vespasian, 4 men, 68 and 69 CE. 3 of them dead by violence before the year was out. Armies in different provinces backing different candidates. The city of Rome itself fought over in ways that produced real destruction and real civilian casualties in the streets. A thing like a storm moving through a crowded market, indifferent to what it touches. What the year revealed, with the clarity that catastrophe sometimes provides, was a truth about the system Augustus had built. Vespasian, the eventual survivor, a practical man who said practical things, put it plainly, the secret was out. Emperors could be made outside Rome. Any general with sufficient legions and sufficient nerve could attempt the purple, the succession mechanism Augustus had relied on, which was essentially, I will outlive my rivals and name an heir, and the accumulated weight of my prestige will transfer to him. This worked when it worked, and provided no institutional ballast when it didn't. Vespasian was from a non-aristocratic Italian family. which the senatorial class had opinions about, and was the kind of emperor Rome needed after Nero, in the same way that a person with a fever needs water, simply, urgently, the most basic available corrective. He restored the treasury Nero had hollowed out. He began the Colosseum on the site of Nero's artificial lake, on the land the Golden House had consumed, at the city's center. A public gesture that required no explanation. We are giving this back. He governed 10 years and died of natural causes, which placed him in a minority of Roman emperors distinguished by that particular achievement. His son Titus followed. Brief reign, well remembered. In 79 CE, during Titus's watch, Vesuvius erupted and buried Pompeii and Herculaneum under ash and pumice in a matter of hours. Thousands dead, cities simply erased, the pumice drifts reaching the upper floors of buildings before the buildings stopped mattering. And Titus's response was competent and apparently genuine. An emperor who behaved as though the people affected were his responsibility, which was the kind of behavior that gets recorded with some surprise in a tradition that had recently featured Caligula and Nero. The buried cities, the pumice hardening around the shapes of people where they fell. This is one of those things the period keeps doing, offering details so complete, so accidentally preserved, that they stop being history and become something else, something that sits differently in the chest. I've read the accounts of Pompeii many times, and I still don't have the right words for it, so I'll leave it here. This detail, the shapes of people, preserved in ash, exactly as they were at the moment everything stopped. 2 dynasties, a handful of men, the peace, the fire, the year of chaos. The empire ran on. Titus died after 2 years, and his brother Domitian followed him, and the pattern reasserted itself with the wearying reliability of something structural rather than accidental. Capable administrator, sound finances, functioning frontiers, poisonous relationship with the Senate that got worse across the years, not better, until the entire governing class of Rome existed in a condition of sustained low-grade terror about whether today was the day their name appeared on a list. He demanded to be addressed as Lord and God. He executed senators he suspected of disloyalty, and his threshold for suspicion dropped steadily across his reign until suspicion became the ambient condition rather than a specific response to specific evidence. He was assassinated in 96 CE by a conspiracy that included members of his own household, which tells you something about how far the fear had spread when even the people who made his bed were calculating odds. The Senate, possessing a freedom of action it rarely had in these transitions, named his successor Nerva. Elderly, moderate, no children, no military base, no personal army. A man whose primary function was understood by everyone, including himself, to be transitional, a placeholder capable of choosing something better than himself. He adopted Trajan. And here the story changes register in a way I find, I want to say, refreshing. And that's not quite right. It's too mild for what I mean. What I mean is that Trajan and the emperors who followed him through to Marcus Aurelius constitute a period where competence and something like genuine virtue aligned with power in a way that the preceding century had made seem structurally impossible. And reading about it after Caligula and Nero and Domitian produces a quality of relief that I'm aware is slightly absurd to feel about events 2,000 years distant. I feel it anyway. Trajan was a conqueror in the old Republican mode, enthusiastic about it, personally capable, the kind of general who fought wars because he was genuinely good at fighting wars and found that a compelling reason to continue. He conquered Dacia, roughly modern Romania, in 2 campaigns. The column he erected in Rome to commemorate those campaigns still stands. Spiral relief carvings winding upward, the entire campaign depicted in narrative sequence. Thousands of individual figures, battle scenes, river crossings, negotiations, the whole texture of a military operation rendered in stone with a precision that makes it the most detailed surviving account of Roman warfare we possess. I've spent hours with photographs of it, and I still feel I haven't seen it properly. It's one of those artifacts that defeats reproduction. He then turned east, Armenia, Mesopotamia. Roman power pushed to the shores of the Persian Gulf. The empire at Trajan's death stretched. This is a fact that still catches me off guard when I write it. From the edge of Scotland to the edge of Arabia. Territorial extent never again matched. Hadrian followed and immediately abandoned the eastern conquests. This gets presented sometimes as a failure of nerve or a betrayal of Trajan's legacy, and I think that reading is wrong. Hadrian understood that Trajan's extended empire was a treasury problem, and a logistics problem, and a troop density problem that compounded across time, that you cannot hold a frontier of that length without eventually breaking the systems that maintain it. He contracted, he consolidated, he traveled, personally, constantly, a reign spent in motion across the empire's breadth, inspecting fortifications, issuing reforms, appearing in person as a demonstration that the emperor knew the empire existed beyond its capital. In Britain's north, he ordered a wall built from coast to coast. Hadrian's Wall. Stone. Properly engineered, garrisoned. A physical line that said, here. Here's where the empire ends. We are defining the limit rather than pretending it doesn't exist. I find Hadrian's Wall more interesting than most Roman monuments, and I'm not entirely sure why. Something in the honesty of it may be. An empire that had spent 6 centuries defined by the idea of expansion, building a structure whose entire meaning was, we stop here. The wall as admission, though I might be reading too much into stone. Antoninus Pius succeeded Hadrian through a succession arrangement that was itself. The whole thing was choreographed across multiple adoptions with a long-term precision that reads as almost implausible until you consider that Hadrian had decades to think about it and was the kind of person who planned at that scale. Antoninus reigned for 23 years. The 23 years were peaceful, frontiers held, provinces prospered, no major wars, no crises that linger in the historical record as decisive turning points. He governed from Rome, trusted his administrators, and was consistently, reliably, unspectacularly good at the work. Later generations looked back on his reign as something close to paradise, which is what a genuinely stable prosperity looks like to people living through instability. He was not dramatic. I find I have less to say about him than he probably deserves, which is its own kind of comment on how historical writing works. The undramatic good is harder to render than the dramatic terrible, and the instinct to linger goes where the texture is. Let me collect the thread, because Marcus Aurelius is coming, and Marcus Aurelius deserves attention. He had been trained as a philosopher before he was a ruler. The Stoic tradition, discipline of the will, acceptance of what cannot be changed, focus on what lies within one's power, the subordination of personal comfort to duty. He was, by instinct and by formation, more a thinker than a politician, and he was given a reign of almost continuous crisis that required him to be neither and both simultaneously. Germanic peoples pressing across the Danube steadily in waves. Plague, the Antonine Plague, which swept through the empire repeatedly across his reign and reduced the population of some cities by a quarter, which means if you're trying to actually feel that number, you should think about every fourth person you know and then stop. Frontiers stretch past comfortable resource limits, the administrative machine running hard against its own capacity. He addressed each problem as it came, without drama, without recorded self-pity, with the methodical persistence that his journals. And here is the remarkable thing, the thing that lifts him above the rest of this period in my personal taxonomy of the era. His journals survive. Private notes in the Stoic tradition, written for himself during the last decade of his reign, in moments pulled from governance and campaigning. He was not writing for posterity. He was writing to keep himself honest, to remind himself of principles he was afraid of forgetting under the pressure of what the role demanded. That they survived is an accident. That they're still read is a consequence of what they actually are, which is a person genuinely trying, to be good under circumstances designed to make goodness expensive. He died in 180 CE on the Danube frontier among his soldiers at work, and he left the empire to his son. Anyway, Commodus, the son, and the breaking of the adoption by merit pattern that had produced the 5 good emperors, the return to biological succession, would turn out to be among the most consequential choices in Roman imperial history. Not because Commodus was monstrous in the way Caligula was monstrous. The comparison gets made, and it flattens something. Commodus was vain, profoundly self-obsessed, unsuited to the specific demands of governing a complex empire at a difficult time, and constitutionally uninterested in developing the suitability he lacked. He preferred the arena. He styled himself a gladiator. Hercules reborn in his own self-conception, and the images survive. The emperor in lion skin with a club, a living god who wanted to be seen killing animals in public for the entertainment of crowds while the frontier problems his father had spent his reign managing continued to compound. He left the actual governing to others and seems to have found this arrangement satisfying. The Senate endured him for 12 years. He was strangled in his bath in 192 CE, a conspiracy of court officials, while the staff prepared for the New Year's celebration. The detail of the New Year's celebration is the kind of thing I keep because I don't know what to do with it. The ordinary calendar continuing alongside the extraordinary violence, someone somewhere in that palace, writing lists of things to arrange for the festivities, while other people finalize plans for the murder. His death opened the same instability that had followed Nero's. Another contest between provincial armies. Another year, slightly less contained than the year of 69 CE, of competing claims. Septimius Severus I. African-born exceptional military commander, he established a dynasty and a style of rule that was openly military in a way earlier emperors had carefully avoided acknowledging. He owed his position to the legions and governed as though he knew it, which was honest but also structurally revealing. The Augustan fiction that the emperor led by prestige and consent rather than by force was getting harder to maintain. After Septimius Severus, the reigns grew shorter and the violence more routine. Emperor after emperor, most lasting months, most dying by their own soldiers' hands when victories didn't come or payments were delayed. The period between 235 and 284 CE, the crisis of the 3rd century, was the worst Rome had faced in perhaps 5 centuries, since Hannibal had walked through the Italian countryside, burning things, and the question of Roman survival had felt genuinely open. In 50 years, more than 20 emperors were proclaimed. Let that sit for a moment. More than 20. The office that Augustus had constructed as a permanent stabilizing center had become a thing men died in, briefly, violently, while the next man assembled enough soldiers to make his own claim. The empire fractured. In Gaul, a separate state proclaimed its own emperors and maintained them for years. Not a rebellion exactly, not a province making a bid for independence in the old sense, but a section of the empire that had decided the center could no longer protect it and had arranged its own protection accordingly. In the east, Zenobia, queen of Palmyra in Syria, a woman whose qualities the sources describe with a fascinated hostility that tells you more than they intend, expanded her city-state into an empire, took Egypt, took most of the Levant, declared herself Augustus, and governed her eastern realm with a competence that the sources, which are Roman and therefore not inclined to generosity, grudgingly acknowledge. I find Zenobia one of the genuinely difficult figures in this period to write about accurately, partly because the sources are so compromised by their obvious discomfort, and partly because the temptation to. There is a version of writing about Zenobia that tips into something anachronistic, that turns her into a symbol for concerns that are real but are not hers, not from the 3rd century CE, and I want to avoid that even while noticing the pull of it. She was remarkable on the terms her own world understood as remarkable. That's enough. The Sassanid Persians pushed in from the east. The Emperor Valerian was captured in battle in 260 CE and died in Persian captivity. The only Roman emperor to suffer that specific fate, taken prisoner by a foreign power and never recovered. The currency debased. Plague returned in waves. Trade contracted. The infrastructure held in most places, physically held. The roads and aqueducts and legal systems running on accumulated institutional momentum. But the confidence that had made the Pax Romana feel like a permanent condition had been badly damaged. Aurelian, 270 CE, one of those military emperors who surfaces from the chaos of this period like a figure from the early Republic. Hard, capable, possessed of enormous energy applied with precision. He reconquered the breakaway Gallic Empire. He defeated Zenobia, took her alive, and she appears in later sources in Rome itself, living out her life in comfortable exile, which is an outcome I find almost as interesting as her rise and have no adequate explanation for. He drove back the Germanic invasions. He built new walls around Rome itself, the Aurelian Walls, the first time in 400 years the capital had needed external defenses, which was as clear a statement as could be made in stone about what the 3rd century had done to Roman confidence. he was assassinated by his own officers in 275 CE, before the Restoration fully held. The crisis had passed. What it had passed into was an empire that was still standing, but was different in character from what had stood before. Older, scarred, drained of the easy confidence, aware of its own fragility in a way it hadn't been under the long peace, requiring something structural to hold it together, now that the habit of permanence had been broken. Military strength wasn't enough. Something else was needed. What that something was, what form it would take, and at what cost, would define what came next. Diocletian came to power in 284 CE through the usual process. Rivals eliminated, armies persuaded, the purple taken by force and then held. And what distinguished him from the 20-odd emperors who had cycled through the office in the preceding 50 years was what he did with it once he had it. He looked at the empire. He looked at what the 3rd century had done to it. And he concluded with a clarity that reads across 17 centuries as almost shocking in its honesty that the problem was structural. The empire was too large and too complex for any single man to govern. The principle of individual dynastic succession had proven catastrophically unreliable. These were the facts. He built his reforms around the facts rather than around the story. The empire preferred to tell about itself. His solution, the tetrarchy, rule of 4. He appointed a co-Augustus for the western half of the empire, kept the east himself, and each Augustus took a Caesar as junior partner, a governor of particular regions, a designated heir, a man positioned to step up when the Augustus retired. 4 rulers, 4 capitals, 4 overlapping centers of administrative and military authority, theoretically coordinated, theoretically rotating through a system of orderly succession by adoption and retirement, rather than by murder and civil war. On paper, it was elegant. It was actually a genuinely sophisticated solution to a genuinely difficult problem, and I want to give it that before noting that it depended on 4 powerful and ambitious men consistently subordinating personal interest to administrative ideal, which is the kind of thing that works until it doesn't. He also reformed taxation, a census-based assessment of agricultural land and labor, more systematic, harder to evade. He expanded the army. He instituted price controls during a period of inflation that were not particularly effective, but represented the impulse to impose administrative order on economic chaos, which is an impulse recognizable across context and time in a way that I'll leave alone. And he changed what it meant to be emperor, visibly, deliberately, without apology. He required prostration from those who approached him. He adopted the diadem, the jeweled headband that the old republic had associated with kings, which Republican-era Romans would have found monstrous, and which, by 284 CE, was simply the honest symbol of what the office had always been. He wore robes covered in gold and jewels. He demanded forms of reverence that Augustus, with his careful performance of republican modesty, would have publicly rejected. Diocletian was acknowledging a reality that 2 centuries of principate had accumulated. The emperor was not a citizen leading other citizens, but a figure of a qualitatively different kind, set apart, sustained by divine favor, invested with something the sources reach toward words like cosmic to describe. This created a problem with the Christians. Their numbers had been growing steadily across the 3rd century through the chaos and the plague and the military disasters, which is one of the more interesting demographic facts of the period. Not the growth itself, which had many causes, but the timing of it, growth accelerating through the period of maximum imperial dysfunction, as though, but I don't want to speculate past what the evidence supports, so I'll just note the pattern and continue. The Christian refusal to participate in the imperial cult was the problem, to sacrifice at the emperor's altar, to acknowledge in the ritual form that Roman religious practice required the divine status the emperor claimed. This was a political challenge dressed in theological language, or a theological conviction with unavoidable political consequences depending on your frame. And Diocletian's frame was the unity of the empire and the symbolic centrality of the emperor's divine authority to that unity. In 303 CE, he launched the last and most comprehensive Roman persecution of Christians. Churches destroyed, scriptures burned, clergy arrested, given the choice between sacrifice and death. Thousands refused. The Church would call this the Great Persecution and remember it across centuries as a formative wound and a proof of something about what faith could sustain under pressure, what the persecutors failed to anticipate. And I want to be careful here not to make this sound like a lesson with a moral, because history is full of cases where persecution did suppress movements effectively, and the outcome in this case was not predetermined. Was that the persecution created martyrs, and martyrs created stories, and stories created communities that the destruction of buildings and the burning of texts could not reach. 305 CE, Diocletian abdicated voluntarily, retired to a palace he had built for himself on the Dalmatian coast, and, the sources report, spent his final years gardening. His co-Augustus retired simultaneously, as the tetrarchic plan required. I need to pause here, because the gardening detail is one I've never found a way to think about properly. The man who had built the most sophisticated administrative reform in centuries, who had reorganized the empire's governance from first principles, who had draped himself in gold and demanded prostration, spent his last years growing cabbages on the Adriatic coast. There is a famous anecdote of someone trying to coax him back to power, and Diocletian declining on the grounds that they should see the cabbages he had raised. Whether true or not, it sounds true in the way certain things do, and I've kept it. The plan required that the two serving Caesars be elevated to Augustus and appoint new Caesars of their own. The orderly rotation, the system running as designed. The sons and allies of the retired emperors refused their assigned positions. Civil war, a decade and more of maneuvering and combat and elimination. Multiple rivals, multiple claims, the familiar pattern running again through the structure. Diocletian had tried to replace the familiar pattern with. Anyway, one man came out the other side, Constantine. And what made him different? What made his survival matter beyond the brute fact of survival was the question of what he carried into his sole rule and what he did with the carrying. The Milvian Bridge, 312 CE, a battle against his last serious rival, Maxentius, for control of the Western Empire. The night before, Constantine claimed a vision, a sign in the sky, a cross or a monogram of the Christian God, accompanied by a promise, in this sign, conquer. He ordered his soldiers to mark the Christian symbol on their shields. He won. Whether the vision was genuine revelation or a precise political calculation about which constituency was growing fast enough to be worth cultivating, or some complicated mixture of both that the mind of a 4th century Roman general would not have separated as cleanly as we want to separate them. This is a question I find genuinely impossible to resolve and genuinely important not to pretend to resolve. What I can say is that the consequences were real regardless of what produced them, and the consequences are what the subsequent 15 centuries actually lived inside. 313 CE, the Edict of Milan. Legal toleration for Christianity throughout the empire. In the years that followed, churches built at imperial expense, confiscated property returned, clergy given legal privileges that put them in a different administrative category from ordinary subjects. Christian symbolism appearing on coinage and in imperial ceremony. Constantine himself wasn't baptized until his deathbed. He kept the formal ceremony until the end, which was a not uncommon practice at the time, and which meant that for most of his reign, he occupied a position of committed patron without the formal membership. But the direction was clear, and the momentum was, by the time of his death, irreversible. He moved the center of gravity eastward, chose a site on the Bosphorus, the ancient Greek city of Byzantium, where Europe and Asia press against each other, where the Black Sea narrows toward the Aegean, where any enemy moving from east or west has to pass through a choke point that geography made defensible in a way that Rome, open on the peninsula, no longer was. He built a city there, stripped the old world of its best art to fill it, which is the kind of statement that would require more space to unpack than I have here, and which the receiving cultures would have characterized differently than Constantine's court did. And I'll leave it at that. He named it Constantinople. What he built there, and what it would become, is a story that extends 1,000 years past his death in 337 CE, past the point where Rome as Rome ceases to be the organizing concept, past the fall of the Western Empire and the rise of the medieval world, and deep into the Middle Byzantine centuries, when the Eastern Empire was still insisting on its Roman identity while speaking Greek and practicing a Christianity that looked nothing like anything the Augustan Principate had known. All of that is in the founding, the seed of it, anyway, the potential. Constantine died in 337 CE, First Roman Emperor, to die a confessed Christian. The empire was still officially united under a single authority. It was becoming two things: Latin West, Greek East, Old Rome, increasingly fragile, the frontier pressure telling, the economic weight shifting away. Constantinople, economically alive, defensively positioned. The gravity of the empire's future pulling toward it across the decades and centuries that remained. Diocletian's administrative division had been a management tool. What it was becoming under the pressure of the 4th century and what it would fully become in the 5th was something that had no going back, a parting that would produce on one side the medieval Latin world and on the other Byzantium, which would call itself Rome for another 1100 years and would mean it, and would be right to mean it in all the ways that matter and several that don't. The marble city on the Bosphorus, the walls around old Rome that shouldn't have been necessary, the gardener on the Dalmatian coast, something ending, something beginning. The empire ran east. The western half didn't fall. It drained. That's the thing I keep trying to get right about this period and keep finding inadequate words for. The falling is the wrong image. Too sudden, too clean, with too clear a moment you could point to and say, there. What actually happened was a process of slow diminishment in which each component that degraded made the remaining components harder to sustain, and the whole thing ran that way for a century, lurching and recovering and lurching again, with capable men occasionally appearing and holding things together through force of individual competence, and then dying, and the deterioration resuming. The Western economy was weaker, the population smaller, the administrative apparatus thinner and increasingly underfunded. The great estates of the wealthy pulled inward, became more self-sufficient, withdrew from the integrated economic network that Roman infrastructure had created and maintained across the Pax Romana centuries. The tax base contracted. The armies defending the frontiers filled with non-Roman soldiers, recruited from the peoples beyond those frontiers, fighting under Roman command, loyal in the first instance to their generals and their tribal communities and the payment they'd been promised, and somewhere further down the list, to Rome as an idea. None of this was, on its own, fatal. Roman armies had always incorporated outside elements. The categories of Roman and barbarian had always been more porous than the official ideology of Roman supremacy acknowledged. People crossed, assimilated, became Roman in every meaningful sense within a generation or two, and this had been a source of the empire's strength for centuries. The problem was arithmetic. The systems that held the Roman world together required a minimum level of resource extraction and compliance to function, and as those systems degraded, so did the capacity to maintain them. And there was no flaw built into the process, no point at which the degradation naturally stabilized. 376 CE. The Visigoths at the Danube, they were refugees. This is the word I want to hold on to because it changes the texture of what comes next. They arrived at the river's edge, pushed from behind by the Huns, a mounted people from the central Eurasian steppe, whose combination of mobility and archery and sheer terrifying speed had been displacing entire populations for years, moving everything westward like pressure on a bruise. The Visigoths were Christians, Arian Christians, their theology diverging from the official Roman position on questions that sound technical until you understand how much weight the 4th century put on them. They asked to cross. They asked permission to settle within the empire in exchange for military service. Emperor Valens granted it. What followed was administrative failure so thorough it becomes hard to describe without sounding like I'm reaching for moral. The officials responsible for managing the settlement extorted the refugees systematically. Food, children, everything that desperate people could be made to hand over in exchange for permission to survive. They turned desperate people into furious people, which is one of the more reliable transformations available to the sufficiently callous. The Visigoths armed themselves. Adrianople, 378 CE. A Roman army under Valens himself. Routed, Valens killed. First Roman emperor to die in battle at enemy hands in centuries, which is the kind of record you don't want to hold. 2/3 of his army died with him on that field. The aftermath mattered as much as the battle. The The Visigoths were not expelled because they could not be expelled. There was no army with the capacity to do it. They were accommodated, settled within the empire as a distinct group, their own leadership, their own laws, their own coherent identity, technically under Roman authority, and in practice, increasingly their own thing. The pattern this established would repeat, with variations, across the next 100 years, until the accumulated weight of the variations broke whatever fiction of Roman authority remained. Let me collect the thread here. Because the 5th century comes quickly, and the names and the movements can blur together into a kind of catastrophe haze that loses the specific texture of what is actually happening. Attila, the Hunnic Empire, at its peak, mid-5th century. He raided into both east and west at a scale and speed that the sources describe with something that reads as genuine traumatic memory, even filtered through the distance of written transmission. He reached Italy in 452 CE, besieged Aquileia, which the sources say he destroyed so thoroughly that the city effectively ceased to exist, its population fleeing to the coastal lagoons where they would eventually build Venice, which is one of those details where history seems to be making a point about what survives catastrophe and how. He pushed toward Rome. Pope Leo the Great met him north of the city. They negotiated. Attila withdrew. The reasons are genuinely obscure. Diplomacy, certainly. Plague in his army, probably. Food shortages. The sources add the psychological weight of the delegation's religious authority, the claimed appearance of Saints Peter and Paul in the sky behind Leo, which is the kind of explanation that tells you what the people writing it believed, even if it tells you nothing reliable about what stopped Attila's advance. Whatever the combination, he turned back. He died the following year. Nosebleed on his wedding night, some sources say, which is the kind of death that history provides occasionally as though to remind you that it has no respect for narrative proportion. His empire came apart without him. Rome had been spared. It had not been saved. The distinction matters, and the following 3 years made it concrete. 455 CE, the Vandals, who had established themselves in North Africa and controlled the western Mediterranean sea lanes with a thoroughness that strangled the Western economy's ability to function, sailed to Rome and sacked it. 2 weeks of systematic looting, the treasures Titus had brought from Jerusalem, the accumulated artistic wealth of centuries of imperial triumph, loaded onto ships, carried to Carthage. The city that had once received the world's wealth as tribute, watched it leave in the holds of ships belonging to the people it had once called barbarian. And still the Western Empire continued. This is the part it's the part I find hardest to render without either dramatizing or flattening, because the actual experience of those final decades was neither dramatic collapse nor flat continuation, but something in between, an institutional fog in which emperors succeeded one another with increasing irrelevance, the real power held by barbarian generals who found it more convenient to maintain the form of imperial authority than to abolish it. Aetius, a man who had held the West together with genuine skill across decades, who had negotiated, fought, maneuvered, and who was killed by the emperor he served, which is the kind of ending that tells you something about how power actually distributed itself in this period. Racima, Visigothic and Burgundian ancestry, serving as kingmaker to a series of Western emperors who existed largely to provide his decisions with constitutional cover. 476 CE, a general named Odoacer, commanding troops of predominantly Germanic origin, deposed the last Western emperor. The boy's name was Romulus Augustulus, Romulus, the city's founder, Augustus, the first emperor, Augustulus, Little Augustus, a diminutive that managed to be both affectionate and diminishing. And I have kept turning over whether anyone at the time appreciated the weight of those combined names falling on the last holder of the office. And I think the answer is probably yes, that educated Romans in 476 CE knew their own history well enough to feel the pressure of those particular names, though whether they felt it as tragedy or as coincidence or as something else entirely, I cannot say. Anyway, Odoacer sent the imperial regalia east to Constantinople with a message. The Western Empire no longer required an emperor of its own. He would govern Italy as a king under nominal Eastern sovereignty. No last stand, no final battle, paperwork and politics, and a teenager sent into comfortable exile in Campania. The lights went out quietly while the world kept turning, which is how most things actually end and why we find it so unsatisfying when it happens to things we wanted to end with more weight. The Eastern Roman Empire did not fall in 476. It continued another 1,000 years, which I want to write slowly because the number keeps slipping past without registering its full size. 1,000 years. The Western Empire ran for roughly 5 centuries from Augustus. The Eastern one ran for another 1,000 past the point where the West stopped. Anyone who tells the story as though 476 CE is the end is telling less than half of it. Constantinople had been built for exactly this kind of endurance. 3 rings of walls, deep moat fronting the outermost. Military engineers who understood what they were doing applied to a peninsula with water on 3 sides and stone on the 4th, controlling the narrow passage between the Black Sea and the Aegean. It had never been taken by direct assault. The city sat inside its own geography, like a hand closed around something valuable, and what it contained: Greek in language and literary tradition, Roman in law and administrative structure, Christian in theology and social organization, increasingly infused with the artistic and intellectual energies of Syria, Egypt, Persia, Armenia, was something new that took centuries to fully understand itself as new. Byzantine art, the gold-ground mosaic that places sacred figures in a space that is not temporal, not locatable in any earthly geography, but eternal and flat and burning. The icon, and I want to be careful here, because the icon gets described badly so often, gets treated as a failed attempt at naturalism, rather than what it actually is, which is a deliberate choice to render the face of the holy as spiritual fact, rather than physical record. The church interiors, light and space and geometry combined to produce the experience of entering something larger than the building's physical dimensions, which sounds like a mystical claim and is actually a structural and optical achievement that the architects understood in very concrete terms. Justinian I, 6th century. A man of enormous ambition and the kind of megalomania that his sources struggle to fully contain behind the language of imperial praise. He wanted to recover what the West had lost. He had the military commanders to attempt it. Belisarius, primarily one of the finest generals in the period's history, sent to reconquer North Africa and then Italy, with armies that were too small for the task, and that accomplished it anyway for a while, before the while ran out. Theodora. I've been working up to Theodora since I started this section, and I'm aware of it. She had risen from... Her background was the kind the sources describe with a careful combination of detail and contempt that tells you they cannot look away and wish they could. Daughter of a bear keeper at the Hippodrome. Actress, which in that context carried connotations the sources are explicit about. She met Justinian, who changed the law to allow him to marry her, which is itself a data point worth holding. She became, in effect, co-ruler, not in formal title, in practice. 532 CE, the Nika riots. A popular uprising that began in the Hippodrome, spread through the city, burned a substantial portion of Constantinople, including the original Hagia Sophia, and came within hours of deposing both of them. Justinian was ready to flee. The ships were being prepared. Theodora. The speech is preserved in Procopius, who was hostile to her and preserved it anyway, which suggests something about the speech itself. She said she preferred to die in royal purple than survive in exile. That she would accept death as a garment more readily than she would accept the loss of what they had built. Justinian steadied. They stayed. The riots were suppressed with brutality. 30,000 dead in the Hippodrome alone, the sources say. And I don't know if that number is reliable, but I know the suppression was real and the scope of it was real. Out of the ash and the wreckage, they commissioned a new Hagia Sophia. What the architects gave them was something that had never existed before in the history of building. A dome of such span, set on a ring of windows at its base so that light entered from every direction at once, so that the dome itself seemed to float free of the walls that held it. It appeared to those inside to be suspended from heaven by a golden chain, which is how Procopius described it. And for once, his language feels adequate to its subject, like something that was genuinely difficult to describe, attempting the description, and mostly succeeding. The greatest church in the Christian world for centuries. What I find myself returning to writing all of this at this hour is the strangeness of the survival. Rome ended. Rome continued. The thing that ended and the thing that continued were connected by law, by language in the legal sense, by institutional memory and deliberate claim. But they were also genuinely different. The Eastern Empire was its own thing, and the 1,000 years between 476 CE and 1453 CE, when Constantinople finally fell to the Ottomans, were not an epilogue to Roman history, but a history of their own that simply chose to describe itself in Roman terms because those terms carried the weight it needed. They called themselves Roman. They were right to. The dome floated, the gold burned, the walls held. For a while, for a long while, long enough that the while contains more human life than most stories bother to count. Justinian's generals reconquered North Africa from the Vandals, then Italy from the Ostrogoths, parts of Spain from the Visigoths. For a decade or two, the whole Mediterranean coastline was, again, Roman, or Roman enough, under Roman authority anyway. The old map almost restored, and there must have been people alive in those years who felt something close to vindication, who believed the losses of the 5th century were being reversed rather than merely paused. They weren't. The reconquest cost more than the territories could return. The eastern frontier required constant attention and constant resources. And then in 541 CE, the plague arrived. The first great bubonic pandemic, moving through the empire's port cities and trade routes with a thoroughness that those systems, built for the efficient movement of goods, served with terrible efficiency in reverse. It reduced the population by perhaps a quarter, maybe more. The tax base collapsed. The garrisons the reconquered territories needed couldn't be maintained. After Justinian died, the Western territories were lost again, faster than they'd been taken. What remained was smaller, tighter. An empire that had learned, and I think this is genuinely the right word, learned in the way that institutions can accumulate adaptive knowledge across generations of crisis to survive through flexibility rather than scale. It would keep demonstrating that capacity for another 6 centuries. The 7th century brought the challenge that would prove most transformative of all. And it came from Arabia. Muhammad, the revelation of Islam across the early decades of the 7th century. His death in 632 CE. And then, within a single generation, within the lifetimes of people who had known him, Arab armies had conquered the Persian Empire entire and taken Syria, Palestine, Egypt, and North Africa from the Byzantines. The speed of this is the thing that the sources convey, and that I still find difficult to absorb as a fact rather than an abstraction. Egypt had been Roman for 7 centuries. It fell in years. The revenues of the empire's richest provinces were simply gone, transferred to a new power with a new faith and a military momentum that hadn't existed as a world historical force a generation earlier. Constantinople was besieged twice by Arab fleets, 674 CE and again in 717. Both sieges failed. The city's defenders had Greek fire, a petroleum-based incendiary that burned on water that could not be extinguished by the methods available to the ships attacking the walls, that turned the harbor into a surface you could not safely approach with wooden vessels. I find Greek fire one of those technologies that the period offers up like a gift to anyone trying to understand how the empire survived what it survived. This specific, technical, carefully guarded answer to what should have been an unanswerable problem. The formula was a state secret. It was kept, apparently, for centuries. The city held, and holding the city held the idea, which is not a small thing when the idea is Rome. Let me collect the thread here, because the centuries between the Arab conquests and the final siege are long and complex, and I want to be honest about the fact that I'm compressing them into something that loses their actual texture. There were centuries of Byzantine military and cultural achievement in here that deserve more than a paragraph, and I'm going to give them less. The Macedonian dynasty, 867 to 1056. Genuine military resurgence, Byzantine armies pushing back against the Arab frontier, reconquering significant portions of what had been lost, cultural influence spreading northward into the Slavic world, whose alphabets and religious practices and legal traditions were shaped foundationally by Byzantine missionaries. The empire at its Macedonian peak was a genuine power, not a remnant maintaining appearances. And the Constantinople of that period was the most sophisticated city in the Christian world by most measures that matter. Then the 11th century, the Seljuk Turks, Manzikert, 1071. a Byzantine army defeated in eastern Anatolia, and through the breach that defeat opened, Turkish settlement pouring into the Anatolian heartland, the richest agricultural territory the empire held, the primary source of its manpower, the interior that had fed and filled the armies for centuries. The loss of Anatolia was the wound that would not close. Without it, the empire could not generate the resources needed to defend what remained. The arithmetic ran in one direction from 1071 onward, across 4 more centuries, slowly but without reversal. The Crusades. I want to be careful here because the relationship between Byzantium and the Western crusading movement is complicated in ways that popular history tends to flatten. Sometimes cooperation, real cooperation, shared military objectives, useful alliance. Sometimes competition, mutual suspicion, theological hostility, the Latin and Greek churches having formally split in 1054 and still conducting that split in every interaction. And then 1204, the Fourth Crusade, set out for Egypt, ended up, through a sequence of financial obligation, political manipulation, and the particular logic of events that build on themselves until reversal becomes impossible, outside the walls of Constantinople, the city that had held against Arabs, Avars, Bulgars, every enemy for 900 years. It fell to the armies of Western Christendom. 3 days of looting. The richest city in the Christian world, by its fellow Christians, stripped. Golden relics melted. Church decorations pulled from walls. Manuscripts destroyed or carried off. Manuscripts that were sometimes the only surviving copies of classical texts. Gone, irrecoverable. The bronze horses that had stood in the Hippodrome were shipped to Venice, where they still are, which is a detail I keep in because I cannot think of another detail that captures so precisely the nature of what was taken and where it went. The empire survived in fragments. Exiled courts at Nicaea and Trebizond maintained the Roman tradition, while the Latin Crusaders held Constantinople for 60 years. In 1261, Byzantine forces retook the city. It was never the same. The economy never recovered. The treasury never refilled. The territory contracted year by year, decade by decade, as the Ottoman Turks, who had replaced the Seljuks as the dominant force in Anatolia, expanded steadily westward with a patience and a consistency that no amount of Byzantine diplomatic maneuvering could permanently deflect. Anyway, by the middle of the 15th century, the empire was the city, essentially. Constantinople, a few islands, a small territory in Greece. The last emperor, Constantine XI Palaiologos. And the name is the kind of coincidence that history offers and that feels too shaped to be accidental. The last emperor sharing the name of the first. Governed perhaps 50,000 people where 1 million had once lived. He had asked Europe for help, for troops, for ships, for the military weight of the Western Church behind the Eastern one. The help that arrived was insufficient. The thing that I find myself unable to fully convey, writing this now at whatever hour this is the quality of those last years in Constantinople. The combination of absolute clarity about what was coming and continued determined functioning anyway. The emperor governing, the administrators administering, the monks praying, the walls being repaired, the ordinary life of the city proceeding inside the knowledge of its own ending, like a person who has been told a prognosis and decides to spend the remaining time doing the things that have always mattered. Mehmed II, 21 years old, Ottoman Sultan. He had grown up understanding that Constantinople was the city that it represented in the imagination of the Muslim world, the great unconquered prize, the place that siege after siege had failed to take, that taking it would mean something beyond the military and territorial reality of taking it. He arrived in April 1453 with an army and artillery that included cannon of a size that had rarely been cast before, weapons designed specifically for the walls of this specific city. The Byzantines, citizens, soldiers, the foreign volunteers who had come because they understood what was at stake, monks who had put down prayer books and picked up swords, defended for 53 days. Each night, they repaired the breaches the day's bombardment had made. They prayed in Hagia Sophia, as tradition held they should when the city was most threatened, for the miracle that tradition promised. The miracle did not come. May 29th, 1453, the final assault. Constantine XI died in the fighting. His body was never identified with certainty, which is the kind of ending that keeps opening rather than closing. The last emperor simply disappearing into the chaos of the final hours, present and then gone. No documented last words, no confirmed account of the final moment, just absence where the emperor had been. The city fell. Hagia Sophia, 900 years a Christian cathedral, was consecrated as a mosque before the week ended. The crescent replaced the cross on its minarets. Constantinople became Istanbul, and Rome, in its final Eastern expression, after 1100 years of calling itself Roman and meaning it, stopped. And yet, this is the part that feels like it should be an ending, and it is an ending, and it is also somehow the wrong frame for what actually happened. Because Rome had been, for too long, too deeply embedded in the structures of the world to vanish when the last institution using its name ceased to function, embedded in the laws, in the languages, in the forms of governance that medieval Europe had built on Roman foundations while calling them something else. Justinian's Corpus Juris Civilis, his systematic codification of Roman law in the 6th century, became the foundation on which most of Europe's legal systems were built, and through Europe's legal systems, most of the world's. The Latin language survived in the church and in scholarship, and in the Southern European vernacular languages that are, at their structural roots, simplified forms of what ordinary Romans spoke in the market and at home: Italian, Spanish, French, Portuguese, Romanian. Roman voices, still, if you listen through the centuries of change. The Catholic Church traced its authority to an apostle executed under Roman authority in a Roman province, organized itself on Roman administrative principles, maintained Latin as its sacred language, and preserved a version of Roman universalism, the claim that its authority extended across all peoples and all boundaries, that mapped almost exactly onto what the empire had once claimed for itself. The claim outlasted the empire by, as of the time I am writing this, approximately 15 additional centuries, and shows no particular sign of concluding. Charlemagne, crowned by the Pope in Rome on Christmas Day, 800 CE, taking the imperial title. The Frankish king inserting himself into the line of succession from Augustus by a ceremony that was itself a statement about where legitimate authority came from and who had the power to confer it. The Holy Roman Empire that grew from that coronation called its rulers Kaiser. Caesar, the word worn smooth by 15 centuries of transit through Germanic mouths, still carrying the weight of the man who had crossed the Rubicon in January cold and changed the shape of everything that followed. Caesar, Kaiser, the word still moving, the name still doing its work in languages the Romans never spoke, in territories the legions never reached, long past the last wall, the last aqueduct, the last emperor dying in the rubble of his city, with no one there to identify the body. Rome ended, Rome continued, both true, both necessary. The tension between them is where most of subsequent history lives. The Tsars of Russia took it in its Slavic form. Tsar, Caesar again, moving east this time, wearing Cyrillic now, governing from Moscow, what its rulers explicitly called the Third Rome. The first having fallen to the barbarians, the second to the Ottomans, the third standing as the rightful continuation, the legitimate heir, the place where the flame had come to rest. The dream of Rome as a political idea proved more durable than Rome as a political fact, which is either a testament to the power of stories or an indictment of the stories we choose to sustain, depending on your disposition, and possibly both simultaneously. The roads shaped the routes that medieval commerce followed, and that modern highways shadow. I want to pause on this for a moment because it's the kind of continuity that doesn't announce itself. You don't see Roman road repurposed on a highway sign. The inheritance is just there, in the straightness of the route, in the way certain cities sit at certain junctions because Roman engineers put a junction there 2,000 years ago, and subsequent generations found it too useful to move. Infrastructure as destiny. The aqueducts ran in some cases for centuries after the empire had formally ended, maintained by communities that valued the water and had the technical knowledge to keep the system functioning, regardless of who nominally held authority over them. July, August, the months themselves. Julius Caesar, Augustus. Their names in the mouth of every person who has ever written a date in a European language, which is, I find I don't have a conclusion to that sentence. It's just there. The calendar Augustine overhauled, which Gregory XIII adjusted in the 16th century, which we still use. Their names, monthly, permanently. What the Romans built was a civilization. This is the sentence I've been working toward for however long this has taken. And now that I've written it, I'm aware it sounds like a conclusion, and conclusions are always slightly dishonest about the thing they're concluding. Let me try again. What the Romans built was a way of organizing human life and thought and community that proved sufficiently useful, sufficiently flexible, and sufficiently beautiful to outlast the institution that had generated it. The empire decayed because all political structures decay. Civilization it carried survived because the people who inherited it found the survival worth the effort of maintenance. Rome fell to the Gauls in 390 BCE, to Hannibal in spirit, if not in total fact, in the years after Cannae, to the Visigoths in 410, to the Vandals in 455, to Odoacer in 476, to the Crusaders of 1204, and finally, in 1453, to the Ottomans. Each falling real, each falling incomplete. The city beside the Tiber kept being inhabited, kept being the seat of a spiritual authority that commanded genuine allegiance, kept drawing people from across whatever the known world was at any given moment. Pilgrims, scholars, artists, the ambitious, the desperate, the devout. The city beside the Bosphorus that had been New Rome continued under new rulers who recognized what they had taken and chose, largely, to preserve rather than erase it. Mehmed II styled himself Kaiser Rum after the conquest, Caesar of Rome. The Ottoman conqueror of Constantinople claimed the Roman title immediately. Of course he did. Let me collect the thread here, because I'm aware I'm approaching the end of something that has been running a long time. And the approach to endings has its own pressure that I don't want to let distort the remaining distance. The language of Rome continued in the church, in scholarship, in the educated correspondence that crossed the language barriers, replacing Roman universalism. The law continued, organizing the relations between individuals and states, the ownership of property, the adjudication of disputes, in forms the original jurists would have recognized, even through the centuries of modification. And the story continued being told by medieval monks preserving manuscripts in cold scriptoria, by Renaissance scholars feeling the shock of rediscovery when a classical text surfaced that had been out of circulation for centuries, by political philosophers who examined the Republic's structure looking for principles they could transplant into their own troubled present. Anyway, the founders of new republics named their chambers senates, named their cities after Roman places, used Roman titles, invoked Roman precedent with the confidence of people who believed the invocation conferred something real, legitimacy maybe, or the sense of participating in a tradition large enough to validate whatever they were attempting. The American founders did this with a thoroughness that was deliberate and considered. So did the French revolutionaries. Briefly, in a different register. So has virtually every republic since, in varying degrees, reaching for the Roman vocabulary, because it was there and it carried weight. This is what I find. It's the thing I find hardest to describe cleanly. This quality of Rome as a resource the later ages kept drawing on, kept finding usable, kept returning to even when the specific Roman institutions had been gone for centuries. It functions less like a historical period and more like the comparison I'm reaching for isn't quite right. It's something like a large body of water that everything downstream is still being shaped by, the watershed determining the drainage long after the original rainfall is gone. That doesn't entirely work. I've kept it anyway. Rome began as a village by a river, at a date uncertain enough that we hedge it with the word traditional, which is the polite historical way of saying, we're told this. We cannot verify it. It may be true in the ways that foundational stories are sometimes true, without being accurate. It became, through violence and ambition and a capacity for adaptation, that I have spent all of this time trying to render and feel I've only partially captured the most extensive political structure the ancient world produced. It governed, at its height, perhaps a third of the world's population. It created forms of law and administration that have never fully gone away. It built structures still standing. It wrote text still read. And then it ended, slowly, unevenly, in a long transformation rather than a clean break, leaving behind foundations rather than rubble, echoes rather than silence, a presence that keeps making itself felt in the structure of things you encounter without thinking about their origins. The arch of a bridge over a river Romans once crossed. The form of a law traceable through the history of legal borrowing and modification to a text in a dead language. The arrangement of a month, the name of a city, the floor plan of a church, the opening words of a political document that reached for Roman vocabulary as naturally as reaching for air. And the story, this story, still being told tonight by someone who has been sitting with it long enough that the hour has become unreasonable, still finding in it the shape of something recognizable, still hearing in its long arc the rhythm of ambition and fragility that we have never managed to resolve in ourselves because it is not. Finally, a Roman rhythm. It is a human one. Rome borrowed it from the humans who built it and returned it to every human who came after, enlarged and annotated and permanent. Power moves, memory endures. I need to tell you one more thing before the quiet comes. One more thing about what Rome actually was when it was most itself. In the ordinary hours, the ones between the great events, the ones history finds harder to preserve because they left fewer monuments and generated less documentation, but were, for the people living them, the primary content of existence. The Roman morning. In the cities of the empire at the height of the Pax Romana, the day started before the light. The bakers had been working since midnight. The streets of Rome or Alexandria or Antioch were too narrow and too congested for grain carts during daylight hours. So the flour arrived at night and the bread emerged at dawn. By first light, the smell of baking was already in the air, mixed with cooking smoke and the particular layered scent of a city waking up, which is a smell every large city has produced throughout human history, and which I find I cannot describe without the description sounding generic, even though the specific instance is not. The poor woke early because the system required it. Patrons to visit in the first hours. Queues at public fountains before the water ran low. Work to secure before the work was taken by someone who had arrived earlier. The wealthy woke when they chose, but even they had morning obligations. Clients standing at their doors offering formal respect in exchange for formal favor. The patronage system running its daily cycle of deference and obligation that connected every level of Roman society to every other level. A web that was also a cage, depending on where you stood inside it. The streets filled quickly, markets opened, workshops began, law courts convened, teachers gathered students in doorways and porticos because there were no schools as we'd recognize them. A thought I almost pursue and then leave alone because the comparison opens too many doors. Education happened wherever a teacher could hold space and parents could pay fees. Children recited Homer or Virgil aloud until the texts were resident in memory, because the Romans believed a mind shaped by great poetry was better equipped for the world it would encounter, which is an educational philosophy that is either profound or wishful, and probably both. Anyway, the bathhouses. This is the part I've been looking forward to, and I'm aware it shows. The great imperial baths, the baths of Caracalla, the baths of Diocletian, were vast complexes that combined gymnasium, spa, library, meeting place, and social club in a single structure. Admission free or nearly free, open to anyone, rich and poor in the same water. The wealthy brought attendants and occupied the better facilities, and the social hierarchies of Roman life followed people into the steam room, because social hierarchies follow people everywhere people go, which is a thing one notices in the historical record and which sits, leave it. But the mixing was real, more real than almost any other context Roman society provided. You went to the baths, you sweated in the caldarium, you scraped yourself with a strigil. You sat in the cold pool, and the person beside you might have been a senator, or a freedman, or a grain merchant, or a soldier just returned from whatever the current frontier was. And you were all there, in the same building, doing the same human thing. This is what I keep returning to when I think about what Rome actually was at the level of daily experience. The bathhouse, the morning crowd at the fountain, the teacher in the doorway with the students reciting, the bread smell at dawn, the city, full and loud and ordinary and alive. That too was Rome. That too is what was lost and what is remembered, and what, in ways so attenuated and transformed as to be almost unrecognizable, persists. Carry it. It has been carried a long time. The baths were, in their way, one of the great democratic experiments of the ancient world. The city meeting itself, news exchanged, deals made, the ordinary business of social life conducted in warm water, and what the Romans considered a perfectly natural degree of mutual nudity, which entire subsequent civilizations would approach differently. The forum of flesh, that's not quite right either. I'll leave it. In the afternoons, the city slowed. Mediterranean summer, midday heat, the Romans doing what people in warm climates have always done, organizing the day around the sun rather than fighting it. The forum emptied. Shops pulled shutters half closed. People found shade in colonnades and doorways and the cool back rooms of houses built for exactly this purpose. Thick walls and small windows keeping the worst of the heat outside. Then the afternoon shifted. The temperature dropped a few degrees, and the city came back to life. The dinner hour. In wealthy households, elaborate, long, several courses, conversation and entertainment, and the careful performance of status that Romans conducted in every social setting, including the reclining ones. In poor households, grain porridge, bread from the cook shop on the corner, the hot food purchased because the room you lived in was too small to have a kitchen of its own. The thermopolium, the cook shop, counter of stone with holes for the vessels of hot food, the Roman equivalent of... I keep starting that comparison and stopping it because every comparison I reach for is wrong in some specific way that matters, and also because the thermopolium is fine as itself, doesn't need a modern gloss to be legible. We know them from Pompeii, from Herculaneum. Cities buried so suddenly and so completely by Vesuvius in 79 CE that their daily life was sealed under ash and pumice and preserved in impossible detail for excavators to find 17 centuries later. I've written about Pompeii before in this telling, and I find I keep being drawn back to it, which I've decided to stop apologizing for and simply note the place does something to the imagination that I can't fully account for and haven't been able to shake across however many years I've been reading about it. Walking through the excavations is strange because what you find is the ordinary Rome, the Rome that the histories only catch in glimpses. Electoral graffiti on walls, residents endorsing candidates for local office, the endorsements ranging from the formally civic to the enthusiastically obscene. Jokes scratched into stonework by bored workers, business advertisements, prices on bakery boards, kitchen gardens in the courtyards of houses where ordinary families grew herbs and vegetables in the same way ordinary families have always grown things, when they have a patch of ground and a reason to tend it. Cart ruts worn deep into the paving stones by generations of wheels following the same path, stepping stones across the intersections so pedestrians could cross without wading through the drainage that ran along the street edges, and the people, the shapes of people in the ash, preserved in their final positions, which were the positions of people caught without warning by something that gave no warning, the particular posture of sudden catastrophe, the body that hadn't finished deciding what to do when the deciding was over. I find I don't have the right words for this, and I have tried several times. What I can say is that the faces, where they're preserved well enough to read, carry an expression that crosses every cultural distance. The terrible surprise, common to every age. They were Romans. They were also people, in all the ways that transcend the category. They loved their children, quarreled with their neighbors, worried about money in the specific grinding way that people with not quite enough money worry about it, which is a worry that has not changed in any particular that matters across the intervening 2,000 years. They found meaning in their gods and pleasure in their food and entertainment, in the games, and occasionally in the presence of something genuinely beautiful. A fresco on a wall, the proportions of a building, the way certain pieces of music or certain voices or certain views across the bay created a moment of what I can only call recognition, the sense that the world is larger and stranger than daily life suggests. They were ambitious, petty, generous, cruel, funny in ways that come through even in the graffiti, boring in ways the graffiti also conveys, everything that human beings in any time and place have always been, organized inside a particular frame. Let me collect the thread here, because the frame matters, and I want to be honest about it. The empire that surrounded their daily lives was a complex and often brutal machine. Law, military force, administrative organization. These are the components that get discussed in histories. And they were real, and they made the daily lives of the people in Pompeii possible in the specific forms those lives took. But the frame was not comfortable for everyone inside it, and the discomfort was not evenly distributed. And any account of Rome that doesn't sit with this is an account that has chosen its vantage point very carefully. Slaves. Roman slavery was total ownership, body, labor, reproductive capacity, the entire life of the enslaved person. This is the bare statement of what it was. Slaves could be beaten, separated from their families, worked to death in the mines, abused in ways that had no legal remedy because the legal system was not designed to provide one. Some were educated, given responsibility, lived in relative comfort within the household. Others were worked to exhaustion and death under conditions that contemporaries who described them clearly understood to be as bad as conditions could be. Rome knew this. The economy that built the marble forums and filled the aqueducts and maintained the roads depended on it. And Rome made systematically and with full awareness the choice to sustain the system anyway. This is part of the Roman story. A central chapter. Empires are built on things that resist close examination. Rome built on military conquest, on slave labor, on the organized extraction of resources from populations who had not chosen to contribute. It also built aqueducts that gave free water to urban poor, legal systems that gave ordinary people, some ordinary people, in some circumstances, recourse against arbitrary power, roads that enabled commerce and movement, and the ordinary business of connected human life across distances that had been effectively impossible before. Both things are true. The greatness and the brutality share a foundation. They are the same story told from different positions, and to tell only one of them is to mistake a partial view for the whole, which is a mistake available in either direction. Anyway, what Rome means then? I've been building toward this question all night, and I find that now I'm here. I'm reluctant to answer it cleanly, which might be appropriate or might be evasion, and I've decided I can't tell which. What I can say is this: Rome is a record. The record of what human beings actually did with the opportunity to organize themselves at enormous scale over enormous time with the tools they had available. They built things of extraordinary beauty. They did terrible things to other human beings and to the world around them. They developed ideas about law and citizenship and the obligations of governance that shaped every political system that came after them. They also developed extraordinary mechanisms for concentrating power in ways that destroyed the very institutions they claimed to be upholding, slowly, across generations, each step small enough to seem acceptable at the time. All of it is Rome, the wolf and the brothers, the 12 tables and the prescription lists, the aqueducts and the slave mines, the Pax Romana and the Punic Wars, Augustus's peace and Nero's fire, Hadrian's wall and Justinian's plague, Constantine's conversion and the slow narrowing of tolerance for everything his conversion displaced, the fall of the West and the 1,000-year survival of the East, the last emperor dying on the walls of his city with no one to confirm which body was his, and the echo of his name in every legal code and cathedral floor plan and political manifesto that has reached for Roman vocabulary in the centuries since, because the vocabulary was there and it carried the required weight. The weight is real, the beauty is also real, and so, in its own way, is the ending, because the ending of Rome is the reminder that nothing built by human hands outlasts the hands entirely, regardless of the width of the roads, or the height of the walls, or the certainty of the builders that what they were making would survive them. The certainty is always wrong. The making is always worth it anyway. I think this might be the thing. The thing a Rome ultimately offers, past the military history and the constitutional analysis and the archaeological detail, the example of trying, of continuing to try through catastrophe and plague and civil war and the slow grinding pressure of forces too large to fully counter, building and rebuilding and reforming and failing and starting again with the same persistence that the Romans admired in themselves and that they expressed at their best in the structures they left that are still standing, the texts they wrote that are still read, the legal forms that still organize how human beings relate to each other and to the states they live inside. The river is still there. It moves through central Italy, past the hills where the shepherds grazed, past the site of the temple Romulus raised to an unknown god, past the forum where senators argued and emperors processed and citizens complained about bread prices and the noise and the heat and the way things used to be better which is what citizens in forums have always complained about, in every city, in every age, which is its own kind of continuity. The Tiber has seen everything. It remembers nothing. It flows on, as rivers do, as stories do, as we do tonight, in whatever dark surrounds you, because someone decided this story was worth telling again, in a firelit room or a scholar's cell or wherever it is that people sit down with the weight of the past and try to make it legible to someone who wasn't there. And here we are at the end of it, you and I, which is also a beginning, because that's what endings that have been carried this long tend to be. Sleep well. You've been somewhere real tonight. It will be there again. It has always been there again. Good night.